Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Sleepy Crime. I know many of you enjoy listening to these stories as you fall asleep. So before you drift off, I'd love for you to leave a comment letting me know where in the world you're tuning in from. And if you're enjoying the story, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that this story involves real people and real tragedies. We tell these stories not for entertainment, but to remember the victims and perhaps help others recognize the warning signs that could prevent similar tragedies. For the best experience, feel free to lower the volume a little, just enough to let the story gently carry you off to sleep. Alright, please get comfortable, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's first story. Tonight we're going to journey through a story that unfolds slowly, like pages turning in the quiet hours. This is a tale of hidden truths, of a woman whose life seemed picture perfect from the outside, and of the relentless pursuit of justice that took 7 long years to find its conclusion. Get comfortable, adjust your pillow, let the weight of the day fall away as we walk together through this story. We'll take our time. There's no rush here, only the gentle unfolding of events that began on a spring morning in Denver, Colorado. This is the story of Stacy Feldman. Stacy Malman was born on September 22nd, 1970, in Muncie, Indiana. She was the youngest of 3 sisters, the baby of the family, as they say. Her sister Susan would later describe her as Daddy's little girl, someone who brought light into every room she entered. Imagine a girl who loved the color pink, who was in every sense girly and vibrant and full of life. Stacy wasn't just living, she was the life of the party. The kind of person who made others feel seen and valued. From a young age, she knew what she wanted. While other children were still figuring out their dreams, Stacy's were crystal clear. She wanted to be a wife, a mother. She wanted to build a family. But as Stacy moved through her 20s and into her 30s, that dream seemed to drift just beyond her reach. Her friends were getting married. They were having children. Time kept moving, and Stacy was still waiting, still hoping to find that perfect partner who would make her dreams a reality. She dedicated herself to helping others while she waited. Stacy worked for a non-profit organization focused on finding a cure for primary sclerosing cholangitis, a rare liver condition. She understood suffering. She understood hope, and she poured both into her work. Then, in her mid-30s, Stacy met Robert Feldman. Everyone called him Bob. Bob was 14 years her senior, charismatic in the way that certain people can be. He made his way into her heart. As one friend would later recall, there was something about him that drew Stacy in, that made her believe this was finally it, her chance at the family she'd always wanted. They married in Montreal, at the Ritz, no less. Stacy wore a tiara. She was radiant, hopeful, stepping into what she believed would be her happily ever after. The couple settled in the suburbs of Denver, Colorado, and soon their family grew. First came their daughter, Sydney, and then their son, Charlie. On the surface, everything looked perfect. Stacy threw herself into motherhood with the same passion she brought to everything else. She became president of the parent-teacher organization at Southmore Elementary School, where her children attended. She was active at Temple Sinai, their synagogue. She was known in the community, loved by many, always organizing, always helping, always there. But beneath the surface, cracks were forming. Those who knew Stacy well, her sisters and closest friends, they saw what others didn't. The marriage was troubled. Bob had affairs. Not just one, several. He maintained different profiles on dating apps, using different names, different ages, different versions of himself depending on which woman he was pursuing. He was listed as a conservative Jew in his mid-50s on one app, a Reformed Jew in his mid-40s on another. The house was in Bob's name. The credit cards were in Bob's name. Everything was controlled by him, and Stacy felt trapped. The couple separated multiple times. They talked about divorce, but somehow they always ended up back together. Bob would promise to change, to go to therapy, to be better, and Stacy, perhaps thinking of her children, perhaps still holding on to the dream she'd built her life around, would take him back. Her sister Susan knew something else. Something that haunted the edges of Stacy's life. Stacy feared that Bob could leave her with nothing, that he could take her children from her. It was a fear that lived in the shadows of their marriage, unspoken but always there. Stacy was also dealing with health challenges. She had rheumatoid arthritis, a chronic condition that caused her pain and fatigue. Despite this, she continued working, continued being present for her children, continued showing up for her community. She had to work, really. Bob's employment record was poor, inconsistent. The financial burden often fell on Stacy's shoulders, even as she dealt with the pain in her joints, the exhaustion in her bone. So this was Stacy's life, as winter gave way to spring in 2015. A life that looked beautiful from a distance, but up close was threaded through with pain, control, betrayal, and fear. March 1st, 2015 was a Sunday. It was also the celebration of Purim, one of the most joyous holidays in the Jewish calendar. For children especially, it's magical. A day of costumes and carnivals, of hamantash and cookies and celebration. The morning started normally. Stacy's daughter, who was 9 years old at the time, would later remember coming downstairs for breakfast with her family. There was talking, nothing unusual. Her mother seemed happy. Everything felt like any other morning, but something had happened that morning that no one at the breakfast table knew about yet. Well, almost no one. Let's step back a few weeks. In February of 2015, Bob Feldman had created a profile on the dating app Tinder. He wasn't using his real name. He'd created the account under the name Robert Wolf. He matched with a woman named Susan McBride. Bob told Susan he was divorced. He said his ex-wife was an absentee mother. They went on dates. The conversation flowed easily. Susan would later describe it as friendly and comfortable, with no awkward lulls. She thought to herself, this is a nice guy. They saw each other several times. On February 26th, they had dinner at Susan's house. That night, they were intimate. But then Bob started canceling plans. He was supposed to spend the following weekend with Susan, but he broke those plans. Something felt off to her. Susan started doing what many of us do in the digital age. She started searching online. She couldn't find anything under the names Bob had given her, so she dug deeper. Eventually, she found Stacy Feldman's name on the website for Southmore Elementary School, where Stacy was listed as PTO president. The pieces weren't adding up. This didn't sound like an absentee mother. This sounded like someone who was very much present in her children's lives. Susan McBride found Stacy's email address. On the morning of March 1st, Susan sent Stacy an email asking a simple question. Were she and Robert Feldman actually separated? Imagine receiving that email. Imagine Stacy opening it, reading those words, the floor dropping out from under her. Stacy responded quickly. No, she wrote. They were not separated. She confirmed what Susan feared. Bob had lied. Stacy told Susan that Bob had cheated before. This wasn't new. But Stacy's next words were different from what they'd been in the past. I'm done with him, Stacy said. Then Stacy called Susan. It was shortly before 9 in the morning. Susan expected anger, expected to be yelled at, to be blamed. But Stacy was kind. She was sweet. She even apologized to Susan for what Bob had done to her. I'm so sorry he did that to you, Stacy said. The two women talked for a while. Susan got the impression that Stacy had been down this road before, that she was familiar with this particular kind of pain. But this time was different. This time Stacy said she was done. That conversation ended sometime before 9 o'clock. At 8:30 that morning, Bob had taken Sydney and Charlie to religious school at Temple Sinai. Stacy was supposed to pick them up at noon and take them to the Purim Carnival. The children were excited. Sydney had prizes she'd won that she couldn't wait to show her mother. But noon came and went. Stacy didn't arrive. The school started calling. No answer. They tried again. Still nothing. Finally, they called Bob. Bob picked up the children. He took them to a bicycle shop. Then he took them to the carnival. The carnival Stacy was supposed to take them to. The children played, won prizes, ate treats. Their father was with them, but their mother was missing, and no one knew why. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Bob brought Sydney and Charlie home. The children walked into the house. Sydney headed upstairs, eager to show her mother the prizes from the carnival. But Bob stopped her. He told her to go back downstairs and put her coat away. Then from somewhere above, Bob screamed. There was an emergency, he shouted down to Sydney. Go to the neighbor's house. Now, at 3:51 p.m., Bob called 911. My wife is in the shower and she's not moving, he told the dispatcher. His voice was frantic. Urgent. What do I do, please? Help me. The dispatcher asked questions, gave instructions. Bob said he was pulling Stacy out of the shower, that he was performing CPR. The dispatcher stayed on the line, guiding him through the compressions. Paramedics arrived within minutes. They rushed into the house and found Stacy lying on the bathroom floor. Bob told them he'd pulled her from the shower, where the water had been running. He said he'd found her unresponsive, and immediately called for help. But the paramedics noticed something odd. The bathroom floor was dry. If Bob had pulled Stacy from a running shower, if water had been cascading down as he performed CPR, the floor should have been wet. It should have been soaked, but it wasn't. They worked on Stacy anyway, trying everything they could to bring her back. But it was too late. She was pronounced dead at the scene. Stacy Feldman was 44 years old. When Detective Randall Dennison arrived at the scene, he observed Bob Feldman carefully. The firefighters and paramedics had their own observations too. They described Bob as overdramatic and purposely not cooperative. One detective noted that Bob seemed to be acting as if in shock or confused, but it felt performative, like someone trying too hard to appear a certain way. At one point, Bob walked away as if confused, and Detective Dennison got the distinct impression that Bob was overacting in an effort to avoid speaking with him. But at that moment, there wasn't enough evidence to suggest this was anything other than a tragic accident. Stacy had been found in the bathroom. She had health issues, the rheumatoid arthritis, some hardening of the arteries in her heart. Maybe she'd slipped. Maybe she'd had some kind of medical event. An autopsy was performed the next day, on March 2nd, by forensic pathologist Dr. Kelly Kobolansky. What she found was troubling. Stacy's body was covered with bruises and abrasions. She had more than 80 separate injuries. There were hemorrhages in her eyes. Peteia, they're called. Tiny broken blood vessels. She had bruising around her mouth and nose. One of her teeth was chipped. These were not injuries consistent with a simple slip and fall in the shower. But Dr. Kobolansky couldn't determine exactly what had killed Stacy. There were no internal injuries that would explain her death. Further testing would be needed. Bob had actually called the coroner's office the day after Stacy's death and asked them not to perform an autopsy. They did one anyway. The toxicology results came back. Bob had told investigators that Stacy had consumed a marijuana edible at a party the night before she died. He said this might explain what happened, but the toxicology report showed no marijuana in Stacy's system. None at all. Bob had also pointed out that Stacy had been wearing 2 fentanyl patches, suggesting maybe she'd overdosed accidentally. But again, the toxicology report showed no fentanyl in her system. Nothing was adding up. But without a clear cause of death, without definitive proof of homicide, the investigation stalled. Dr. Kobolansky's final report listed Stacy's cause of death as undetermined. And so, as the days turned to weeks, and then months, it seemed as though what happened to Stacy Feldman might remain a mystery forever. 3 months passed. Summer arrived in Denver, and then in June of 2015, Detective Dennison received a phone call that would crack the case wide open. The call came from Susan McBride. Susan had tried to move on after her brief relationship with Bob Feldman. She'd gone on other dates, tried other apps, but something had been nagging at her. She decided to do another internet search, curious about whether Bob and Stacy had ultimately gotten divorced. Instead of divorce records, Susan found something else. Stacy Feldman's obituary. The date jumped out at her immediately. March 1st, 2015. The same day Susan had emailed Stacy. The same day they'd spoken on the phone. The same day Stacy had said, "I'm done with him." Stacy had died just hours after learning about Bob's affair. Hours after telling Susan she was finally finished with her husband. Susan became physically ill when she realized the connection. She immediately knew in her bones that what she'd told Stacy had led to her death. She tried calling a homicide detective but couldn't get through. So she called Crime Stoppers instead. "I just realized someone I was dating and told his wife he was cheating on her. She died the same day I spoke to her, and I felt I needed to call you and tell someone this." Susan told them. The tip made its way to Detective Dennison. Suddenly, a possible motive emerged. If Stacy had confronted Bob about the affair, if she'd told him she was done, if she'd threatened divorce, that gave Bob a reason to want her dead, especially given the financial arrangements, the life insurance, the control he exerted over everything. But Detective Dennison still needed more. He followed up with Bob, and this is when Bob's story started to change. Initially, Bob had said he dropped the kids off at 8:30 in the morning and didn't return home until around 3 p.m., when he found Stacy unresponsive. But now Bob was claiming something different. Now he said he'd actually come home sometime around noon. He said he'd cleaned out the garage and gone to exercise in a park before returning home later in the afternoon. Why would someone change their story about their whereabouts on the day their wife died? Detective Dennison asked Bob directly, "Did you have anything to do with your wife's death?" Bob denied it, but the detective's suspicions were growing stronger. So were the suspicions of Stacy's family, particularly her sister Susan Altman. When Susan Altman received the phone call from her father on March 1st telling her that Stacy was dead, her first thought before she even knew any details was that Bob had killed her sister. She expected her father to say it had been a car accident. Instead, he told her that Stacy had been found dead in the shower. And Susan knew. She couldn't prove it yet, but she knew. Susan had never liked Bob. From the very beginning, she'd had bad feelings about him. She'd learned that on his first date with Stacy, he'd used a magnet to cheat a parking meter. It was a small thing, but it told Susan something about his character. Over the years, she'd witnessed the emotional abuse, the affairs, the financial control. She'd seen how Bob manipulated Stacy, how he promised to change but never did. Susan knew about Stacy's fear that Bob could leave her with nothing, that he could take her children away. She'd watched her sister suffer in that marriage, watched her separate and reconcile over and over. So when her father called with the news, Susan's immediate reaction was not grief first. It was rage. It was certainty. Bob had done this, but knowing something and proving it are two very different things. Susan made it her mission to find justice for her sister. She devoted the next 7 years of her life to this cause, even when others told her to let it go. Even when they saw how it was consuming her, affecting her own life and health. Susan stayed in regular contact with Detective Dennison. She provided information about Bob's behavior, about the state of Stacy's marriage, about the affairs and the abuse. But months went by with no arrest, no charges. The case was stuck. Susan refused to give up. She started researching on her own. She learned about concealed homicides cases, where a murderer stages a scene to make a death look accidental or natural. She learned about the challenges of investigating such cases, about how initial appearances can be deceiving. Then Susan discovered the Training Institute on Strangulation Prevention. The institute specializes in recognizing staged crime scenes and in understanding the specific injuries caused by strangulation and suffocation. Injuries that can be subtle, easily missed, misunderstood. Through the institute, Susan connected with Dr. Bill Smock, a forensic expert from Louisville, Kentucky. Dr. Smock was a police pathologist who testified in high-profile cases, including the Breonna Taylor case and the George Floyd case. His testimony in the George Floyd trial had been crucial in convicting Derek Chauvin. Susan asked Dr. Smock if he would review Stacy's case. He agreed. For months, Dr. Smock studied Stacy Feldman's autopsy report. He examined the photographs taken at the scene, and during the autopsy, he reviewed the initial findings, the toxicology reports, everything. And slowly a picture emerged. Not of an accident, but of an assault. The bruising and trauma around Stacy's mouth and nose weren't random. They suggested that someone had pressed against her face, covering her airways. The chipped tooth, the numerous bruises on her arms. These told a story. The pitch on the lanky in Stacy's eyes, those tiny hemorrhages, were a telltale sign of strangulation or suffocation. When someone can't breathe, when pressure builds up, these small blood vessels burst. But there was more. Dr. Smock noticed something the original pathologist had missed. Imprints of clothing pressed into Stacy's skin. This meant Stacy had been fully dressed when she was assaulted. She'd been attacked while clothed, not while taking a shower. And there was something else. A detail that was perhaps the most damning of all. Stacy's body had been lying on a fallen metal shelf in the shower, and there was an imprint of that shelf on her skin, but there was no bruising around the imprint. When you press against something hard while you're alive, while your heart is still pumping blood, you bruise. The absence of bruising around the shelf imprint meant Stacy was already dead when her body came into contact with it. Dr. Smock concluded that Stacy had been suffocated and strangled. Someone had held her down, likely by placing their knees on her upper arms to pin her, and had covered her nose and mouth, cutting off her air supply. Afterward, that person had undressed her and placed her body in the shower to stage an accident. In December of 2017, nearly 3 years after Stacy's death, Dr. Smock submitted his report. His conclusion was unequivocal. Stacy Feldman died as a direct result of asphyxia and/or suffocation, and her injuries were the result of an assault which included blunt force trauma, strangulation, and suffocation. This was no accident. This was murder. On February 15, 2018, Denver police arrested Robert Feldman on suspicion of first-degree murder. He was 54 years old. It had been 3 years since Stacy's death. The arrest affidavit laid out the case against him. The affair that Stacy discovered on the morning of her death. Bob's changing stories about his whereabouts. The staged crime scene. The life insurance policy worth $750,000 that Bob collected shortly after Stacy died. Dr. Smock's expert analysis. And there was one more piece of evidence. Under one of Stacy's fingernails, investigators found blood. DNA testing revealed it matched Robert Feldman. But even with all this evidence, Bob was allowed to post bail. It was set at $1 million. Bob used money from Stacy's life insurance payout, $550,000 of it, to pay his defense attorneys. In 2019, the Colorado Supreme Court ruled that he could do this, even though the guardian of Sydney and Charlie argued that the insurance money should go to them instead. So Bob Feldman was out on bail, wearing an ankle monitor, confined to his house but not in jail. The trial was scheduled, then delayed, scheduled again, delayed again. The COVID-19 pandemic caused more delays. A key witness was out of the country and couldn't return to testify. Meanwhile, Bob continued his patterns. Investigators found that he was active on multiple dating apps. He tried to have relationships with at least 5 other women after Stacy's death. One of them, Stephanie Shoemaker, accused him of sexual assault. The delays were agonizing for Stacy's family, for Susan Altman especially. She had fought so hard to get to this point, and now it seemed like justice might slip away through endless postponements. But finally, in April of 2022, 7 years after Stacy's death, Robert Feldman's trial began. The trial lasted 9 days. The courtroom in Denver District Court was packed. Stacy's family was there. Susan Altman was there, along with her other sister Elizabeth. Stacy's mother, Dorothy Melman, was there. They had waited so long for this moment. The prosecution laid out their case. They called Susan McBride, who flew in from Italy, where she was now living, to testify about the affair, about the email she'd sent, about the phone conversation with Stacy on the morning of March 1st. Susan McBride was visibly emotional on the stand. She spoke about how kind Stacy had been to her, even though Stacy had just learned about the affair. She talked about finding Stacy's obituary months later and realizing that Stacy had died just hours after they'd spoken. "I got physically ill," Susan testified. "I knew immediately when I saw the date that that was the reason she was dead." Detective Dennison testified about the investigation, about Bob's inconsistent statements, about the suspicious circumstances at the scene. Dr. Smock testified. He walked the jury through his analysis, explaining how he'd reached his conclusions. He even used a dummy to demonstrate how Stacy had been held down and suffocated, showing the jury exactly how the attack would have unfolded. The prosecution presented evidence about Bob's behavior after Stacy's death. The dating profiles, the attempts to start new relationships, the sexual assault allegation, the fact that he'd tried to prevent an autopsy from being performed. They showed that Bob's last text message from Stacy had come at 9:59 a.m. on March 1st. After that, silence. Stacy never picked up her children at noon. The prosecution's theory was that Bob had killed Stacy sometime between 9:59 a.m. and noon, after she confronted him about the affair and told him she was done. Then the defense presented their case. They called 3 forensic pathologists, including the original pathologist who had performed Stacy's autopsy. All 3 maintained that Stacy's cause of death was undetermined, not homicide. They argued that the investigation had been botched, that there wasn't enough evidence to prove murder beyond a reasonable doubt. The defense attorneys pointed out that Bob had had numerous affairs throughout the marriage, that there had been periods of separation. They argued that this new affair wasn't different from the others, that there was no reason to think Stacy's reaction would have led to violence. They emphasized Stacy's health issues, the rheumatoid arthritis, the hardening of the arteries in her heart. Maybe she'd had a medical event. Maybe she'd fallen. The defense suggested that lying and cheating didn't make someone a murderer. One of the most emotional moments of the trial came when Bob and Stacy's teenage daughter took the stand. She was 9 years old when her mother died. Now, 7 years later, she had to testify in her father's murder trial. She told the jury that the morning of March 1st had been normal. She'd had breakfast with her family. Her mother had seemed happy. Nothing had seemed unusual. She talked about going to religious school, going to the carnival, about how excited she'd been to show her mother the prizes she'd won. She described coming home, walking upstairs, being told by her father to go back down, and then hearing him scream that there was an emergency, and she needed to go to the neighbor's house. This young woman forced to relive the worst day of her life, forced to choose between her memories of her mother and her father, spoke for about 20 minutes. Then she stepped down from the witness stand. After 9 days of testimony, after hearing from numerous witnesses and experts, the case went to the jury. The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours. Sometimes a quick deliberation means the jury couldn't agree, but sometimes it means the evidence was so clear that little discussion was needed. On April 19th, 2022, the jury returned with their verdict. Guilty. Robert Bob Feldman was found guilty of first-degree murder in the death of his wife, Stacy Feldman. The courtroom erupted. Stacy's family wept. Susan Altman, who had spent 7 years fighting for this moment, who had refused to give up even when it seemed hopeless, finally had the answer she'd been seeking since that phone call from her father 7 years earlier. Judge Edward Bronfman immediately imposed the mandatory sentence for first-degree murder in Colorado: life in prison without the possibility of parole. During the sentencing, Stacy's mother, Dorothy Melman, addressed the court. She addressed Bob directly. Her words were full of pain and anger and grief. "If you really loved your children," she said, "you wouldn't have killed their mother." Denver District Attorney Beth McCann released a statement. Despite his creative efforts to evade justice, today Robert Feldman was found guilty of murdering his wife, Stacy Feldman. I am extremely proud of the outstanding work by our prosecutors, investigators, victim advocates, support staff, and the Denver police detectives who never gave up on securing justice for Stacy. Robert Feldman was taken directly into custody. He is now serving his sentence at the Sterling Correctional Facility in Sterling, Colorado, where he will spend the rest of his life. The case of Stacy Feldman is now studied as an example of a concealed homicide, a murder staged to look like an accident. It's taught at the Training Institute on Strangulation Prevention. Investigators around the country learn from it, understanding now how important it is not to take a crime scene at face value, how crucial it is to look deeper, to question the obvious explanations. Susan Altman has spoken publicly about her sister's case, about the signs of domestic violence that were there all along, but that seems so easy to overlook from the outside. The controlling behavior, the financial abuse, the infidelity, the separations and reconciliations. These are patterns that, looking back, painted a clear picture. But in the moment, when you're living through it, when you're the person suffering, it's not always so simple. Stacy's legacy lives on, and the changes her case has inspired in how investigators approach suspicious deaths. It lives on in the awareness her story has raised about concealed homicides and domestic violence. It lives on in the memories of those who loved her, the PTO parents at Southmore Elementary who remember how dedicated she was, the friends who remember her kindness, the family who remember her light. And it lives on, of course, in Sydney and Charlie, her 2 children. They lost their mother when they were just 9 and 6 years old. They grew up and had to testify against their father. They had to process the incomprehensible, that the person who was supposed to protect them had taken away the person who loved them most. The case took 7 years from Stacy's death to reach its conclusion. 7 years of fighting, of investigating, of refusing to let the truth stay buried. 7 years driven by one woman's determination to find justice for her sister. Susan Altman, who answered that phone call from her father and immediately knew in her heart what had happened. Susan, who spent years of her life pursuing the truth. Who connected with Dr. Smock, who refused to give up even when the case seemed impossible. In the end, it wasn't just the physical evidence that convicted Robert Feldman. It was the cumulative weight of his lies, his behavior, his attempts to control the narrative. It was Susan McBride's courage in coming forward. It was Dr. Smock's expertise in seeing what others had missed. It was Detective Dennison's instincts telling him something was wrong from the very beginning. And it was Stacy herself, in a way. The person she was, the life she'd built, despite the pain she endured. The love she'd poured into her children and her community, all of it painted a picture of someone who deserved justice, who deserved to have the truth told. On March 1st, 2015, a Sunday morning that started with breakfast and a Purim carnival, Stacy Feldman told another woman, a stranger really, that she was done. She was done with the lies, done with the betrayals, done with a marriage that had brought her so much pain. Those were some of the last words Stacy spoke. I'm done with them. She should have had the chance to walk away, to start over, to build the life she deserved with her children. But someone decided that wasn't going to happen. Someone decided that control mattered more than her life, more than truth, more than those 2 children who would grow up without their mother. Justice took 7 years, but it came, and now Stacy's story serves as a reminder that sometimes the truth is hidden beneath carefully constructed lies. That sometimes what looks like an accident is actually something darker. And that sometimes it takes the fierce love of a sister to uncover what really happened. If this is your first time listening to one of our true crime stories, welcome to Mr. Sleepy Crime, where we explore these cases in a calm and respectful way. I also want to take a moment to appreciate my amazing subscribers who've been rocking with me. Thank you so much for your continued support. If you're still awake and listening, don't forget to drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and the current time in your corner of the world. Or just say something to let me know you're still here. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Now let's move on to our second story. Story 2. Tonight we're going to explore a mystery that has lingered for over a decade in a quiet Texas suburb. A story of love, jealousy, and questions that remain unanswered. The story begins not with tragedy, but with a young man full of life and possibility. Jonathan Michael Cruz was born on June 10th, 1986 in Newport Beach, California. On a warm summer day, he came into the world as the first child of John and Pamela Cruz, and he would eventually be joined by a younger brother, Christian, and a sister, Danielle. His father, John, was both a lawyer and a pastor at Heartland Church, a non-denominational congregation in Carrollton, Texas. His mother, Pam, was an artist who chose to stay home and raise their 3 children with love and devotion. The Cruz family eventually settled in Irving, Texas, where Jonathan grew up surrounded by warmth and faith. He was by all accounts a quiet child, with strangers but quick to smile among those he knew. Tall and gangly as a teenager, Jonathan discovered a love for music, teaching himself to play bass guitar. He listened to Ozzy Osbourne and Green Day with fervent enthusiasm until, to his mild embarrassment, he learned his mother liked them too. But Jonathan's interests stretched far beyond music. During summer visits to his grandfather in Montana, young Jonathan learned something that would become a lifelong passion: firearms. His grandfather, Michael Christensen, was a careful teacher. When Jonathan was just 7 years old, his grandfather sat him down and explained the gravity of handling weapons. With guns, people don't get second chances, his grandfather told him firmly. They don't jump up and go back to fighting like in the video games. Jonathan took these lessons to heart. He learned to recite safety rules until they became second nature. His grandfather wouldn't let him touch a gun until he could be trusted completely. As Jonathan grew older, his skill and respect for firearms grew with him. He shot competitively and eventually owned several guns, including a Sig Sauer 9mm pistol that he kept with the same careful responsibility his grandfather had taught him. Jonathan graduated from Carrollton Christian Academy and went on to Baylor University, where he earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in history in 2009. At Baylor, he roomed with Jacob Ramsey, a friend he'd known since the ninth grade. Jacob would later recall that Jonathan was this super athletic, good-looking guy whom he admired deeply. At Baylor, Jonathan also developed an unexpected companion, a corgi named Ulysses, a gift from his mother while he was studying. After graduation, Jonathan worked at Dillard's department store, managing the men's section while he saved money for his future. His sister Danielle remembered how he would shower her with gifts, shoes and coats and purses bought with his employee discount, leaving them on her bed with made-up excuses to send her to her room. His father would later describe Jonathan as a Renaissance man, someone who was well-read and always seeking adventure. He loved martial arts and the classics. His father would sometimes tease him about his truck and shotgun, calling him a redneck. "I am not a redneck," Jonathan would protest with a grin. "I'm a Southerner." By February of 2014, Jonathan had moved into a career he truly cared about. At 27 years old, he was working as the Center Operations Director at Concentra, a healthcare company where he managed an occupational health and urgent care center. His colleagues remembered him as someone with a magnetic personality and keen wit. Once he even threw a surprise baby shower for a coworker and his wife. Jonathan wanted a family of his own. He fell hard in relationships, giving everything he had, always hoping to find the woman he would marry. A former girlfriend, Hamata Jadin, recalled that Jonathan told her he wouldn't lead her on if he didn't see a future together. He was honest, sometimes to a fault, about what he wanted from life. And in late 2013, it seemed he might have found what he was looking for. Jonathan's mother and sister were taking classes at Wuyi Shaolin, a martial arts school located in a strip mall in Coppell, Texas. It was there, in the fall of 2013, that Jonathan met Brenda Lazaro. Brenda was 26 years old, just a year younger than Jonathan. She had been studying Tai Chi and Kung Fu since 2006. When she first started at North Lake College, she was quiet and shy when she first joined Wuyi Shaolin. But over time she had blossomed into a dedicated student. She graduated from the University of Texas at Arlington in 2011, with a degree in Spanish, and had become an assistant instructor at the martial arts school. Henry Sue, the school's master instructor, thought highly of Brenda. He saw her as part of the school's family, hard-working and reliable. "Everybody likes her," he would later say. "She doesn't say very much, but she's appropriately friendly." For Jonathan and Brenda, the connection seemed immediate and intense. They began dating in November of 2013. Just 3 months into their relationship, Jonathan made a significant decision. He moved out of his parents' house and into his own apartment. It was apartment 813 in a complex near the corner of Beltline Road and MacArthur Boulevard in Coppell. Brenda helped him pick out the apartment and settle in. To his family and friends, everything seemed to be moving very quickly. But Jonathan was like that in relationships. He gave himself completely always hopeful that this time it would be the one that lasted. Yet as the weeks passed, those closest to Jonathan began to notice something troubling. The relationship that had started with such promise was showing cracks. Brenda, friends observed, seemed possessive, jealous. The easy warmth Jonathan usually radiated began to dim. Jonathan's best friends were Emily and Jacob Ramsey. Emily worked with Jonathan, and she and Jacob had been together for years. Jonathan had actually introduced the couple. In late 2013, Emily and Jacob went on a double date with Jonathan and Brenda, hoping to get to know her better. The evening started well enough, but Emily noticed something strange. When she and Jonathan greeted each other with a friendly hug, hello, as they always did, Brenda's demeanor changed instantly. Her face darkened. The jealousy was palpable, hanging in the air like smoke. Emily tried to brush it off, but the incident stayed with her. It seemed so out of proportion, so possessive for such an innocent gesture between old friends. 2 months later, in early February of 2014, Jonathan sent his sister Danielle a series of text messages. He was troubled, trying to work through a problem. Brenda was fighting with him over his friendship with Emily. In his messages, Jonathan laid out his options. A. Fight it and try to make it better. B. Choose Brenda. C. Refuse to give up either and see if Brenda ends it. D. End it with Brenda now. Later that same day, Jonathan texted his sister again with his decision. "He is my final choice," he wrote. He had decided to end the relationship. February 2nd, 2014 was Super Bowl Sunday. The Seattle Seahawks were playing the Denver Broncos. And across America, people gathered for parties and celebrations. Emily and Jacob Ramsey invited Jonathan to their Super Bowl party. But first they met him for lunch earlier that day. The three friends sat together and Jonathan opened up about his relationship troubles. He told Emily about Brenda's jealousy and how he had decided to end things. While they were talking, Jonathan's phone rang. It was Brenda. Jonathan looked at Emily and said, "She wants to talk to you." Emily took the phone, and immediately Brenda's voice came through, sharp and angry. She started yelling at Emily, calling her a disrespectful little girl. "You hug my man." "That's so rude," Brenda said, her voice rising. Emily was taken aback. She tried to remain calm, but the intensity of Brenda's anger was unsettling. After the call ended, Jonathan and his friends finished their lunch. Emily and Jacob again invited him to the party that night. It would be good for him, they said, to forget about his relationship problems for a while and just have fun with friends. But Jonathan declined. He had just moved into his new apartment a week earlier, and he had so much to do. He needed to settle in, to organize, to make the place feel like home. And perhaps he wanted to have a final conversation with Brenda, to end things properly. So Jonathan hugged his friends goodbye and returned to apartment 813. The Seahawks demolished the Broncos that night, 43-8. It was a game that would be remembered for years. But for Jonathan Cruz, the game would be the backdrop to something far more tragic. Around 10:52 that night, Emily received a text from Jonathan's phone. It was brief, unsettling in its simplicity. "I want to die." Emily stared at the message. This wasn't how Jonathan texted. He usually sent long messages, or a bunch of messages one after another, his thoughts spilling out in a stream, not just one short cryptic sentence. "That's so weird," Emily thought. She texted back immediately. "Hey love, are you okay? What's going on?" But there was no response. She tried calling. Once, twice. Multiple times the calls went unanswered. Emily felt a knot forming in her stomach, a sense that something was very wrong. But what could she do? She waited, hoping Jonathan would call back, that there was some explanation. At 11:30 that night, a call came into the Koppel Emergency Dispatch Center. 911, what's your emergency? The voice on the other end was already crying, words tumbling out in a panic. "Oh my God! Oh my God!" The dispatcher tried to stay calm, tried to understand. "Ma'am, I need you to calm down. Where are you?" "At the apartments," the woman shrieked. "Which apartments are you in?" the dispatcher asked, clearly seeking the name of the complex. 813, Brenda Lazaro screamed into the phone. She repeated the apartment number twice before finally saying she was near the corner of Beltline Road and MacArthur Boulevard in Koppel. But there was a problem. Brenda couldn't remember the name of the apartment complex. She'd helped Jonathan pick out this very apartment just weeks ago, had been there countless times, but now, in this moment, she claimed not to know the address. The recording of that call is difficult to listen to. It stretches on for more than 8 minutes, a series of nightmarish screams and frustrating misunderstandings. As dispatchers tried to figure out exactly where to send help, they told Brenda to get the address from neighbors. She could be heard knocking on doors, the sounds echoing through the phone. "We were just having a discussion and we were just talking," Brenda explained, between gasps. "He just said that he loved me and I didn't believe him. He said he was going to prove that he loves me. I didn't know he had a gun." According to Brenda, she and Jonathan had been eating Chinese takeout and watching television. They'd been talking about their relationship. Jonathan was in bed, and she was sitting on the floor at the foot of the bed. They'd argued earlier about another woman, about Emily, about Jonathan's friendship that Brenda saw as a threat. Then Brenda said Jonathan told her to cover her ears. He said, "Baby, I love you so much, you are my world, and I will prove it to you." And then came the sound of a gunshot. By the time paramedics arrived at 11:40, it was already too late. They found 27-year-old Jonathan Cruz lying in his bed. The covers were pulled up to his waist. His arms were extended. There was a gunshot wound on the left side of his chest. He was dead. The bullet from his own Sig Sauer 9mm had passed through his heart, his lungs, and his liver, then exited the right side of his back and lodged itself in the mattress beneath him. The gun was sitting next to him on top of the blanket. When the couple police began their investigation, troubling inconsistencies emerged almost immediately. First, there was the timing. A neighbor reported hearing a gunshot before 11 o'clock that night. Yet Brenda didn't call 911 until 11:30. What happened in that gap of time? Why the delay? Then there were the physical details of the scene. Jonathan was right-handed, yet he'd been shot on the left side of his chest. The bullet's trajectory, passing through his body at a downward angle, seemed inconsistent with someone shooting themselves. Forensic testing revealed gunshot residue on Brenda's hands, and on one of Jonathan's hands, specifically on the back of his right hand, but not on his palm or his left hand. If someone shoots themselves, experts noted you'd typically expect residue on the palm on the hand that pulled the trigger. Jonathan also had a shoulder injury that would have made it difficult, perhaps impossible, for him to hold the gun at the angle required for the wound he sustained. The gun itself raised questions. When police found it, it had no magazine. The magazine was later discovered in a tie drawer, separate from the weapon. Why would someone planning to shoot themselves remove the magazine? In the initial search warrant executed the day after Jonathan's death, a Koppel police investigator wrote that he suspected the death was a homicide. The gun was listed in the affidavit as a murder weapon. The document stated, "He hereby charges and accuses that Brenda Lazaro has committed murder, a violation of Penal Code 19.02, a felony." But despite this early suspicion, no charge was ever filed. Brenda spoke to police initially, answering their questions. But then she hired an attorney who told police they couldn't interview her anymore. Without her cooperation, and with so many unanswered questions, the investigation stalled. The Dallas County Medical Examiner's Office performed an autopsy. They determined that Jonathan died from a gunshot wound to the chest. But when it came to the manner of death, whether it was suicide, homicide, or accident, they made an unusual ruling: undetermined. This designation was rare. Between April 2011 and January 2016, out of roughly 12,500 death cases the medical examiner handled, less than 4% were ruled undetermined. Jonathan's case was one of them. Pamela Cruz knew immediately that something was wrong with the official story. A mother knows her child, knows them in a way that transcends evidence and investigation. "He didn't do this," she said firmly. "I know he didn't do it." Jonathan's family couldn't accept that their son, their brother, had taken his own life. Everything they knew about him contradicted it. He wasn't depressed. He had plans for his future. He'd just moved into a new apartment and was excited about making it his own. He'd decided that very day to end his relationship with Brenda and move forward with his life. And Jonathan knew guns. He'd been trained since he was 7 years old. He understood firearm safety better than most. If he had wanted to harm himself, would he have done it in such an unusual way? The days after Jonathan's death were surreal for his family. Brenda stayed with them immediately after the shooting, sleeping in their home. But then she didn't come to Jonathan's viewing. She didn't attend his funeral. Hours after the funeral, Jonathan's sister Danielle, who had been friends with Brenda for years, said Brenda went crazy. She was complaining that she wasn't involved enough in the funeral arrangements. She wanted the service to be about her and her love for Jonathan. That's really selfish, Danielle thought at the time. Later, Brenda sent Danielle a series of text messages. One read, "None of you thought for a second to acknowledge our love during his funeral." Brenda also sent Facebook messages to Pam Cruz, Jonathan's mother. In one message, Brenda wrote that Jonathan was very happy, but still showed that there was something wrong. The night of the shooting, after the shot was fired, she wrote, "He was looking at me very scared. I told him I loved him and asked him not to leave me. I kissed him and asked him." But to his friends and family, Brenda's story kept shifting. She told different people different things about where she was when the gun went off. She told some she was in the bathroom. She told others she was in the doorway. She told police she was sitting on the floor at the foot of the bed. The inconsistencies piled up like snow, layer upon layer, until the weight of them became impossible to ignore. Frustrated by the stalled police investigation and the medical examiner's undetermined ruling, the Cruz family made a decision. They would seek answers on their own. In 2015, they hired Sheila Wysocki, a former stay-at-home mom, who had become a private investigator. Wysocki had developed a reputation for taking on cases that others had given up on, for being tenacious in the pursuit of truth. There's a sound in the desperation in a mom's voice. Wysocki later said, "Pam had that. It says, 'You are my absolutely last hope.'" Wysocki agreed to take the case, but she made a promise to the Cruz family first. If at any point she found evidence suggesting Jonathan had killed himself, she would stop working the case and tell them the truth. She wanted justice, but she wanted the actual truth more. Wysocki and her team began a thorough investigation. They requested Jonathan's phone and computer from the Coppell police. The phone screen was smashed, and the evidence envelope indicated it had been found between Jonathan's mattress and box spring, looking through his digital communications in the weeks before he died. Wysocki found no indications that Jonathan was depressed or suicidal. But she did find evidence of how often he and Brenda fought. Text conversations and Facebook messages revealed a pattern of arguments and Brenda's possessive behavior. 3 weeks before the shooting, Brenda had asked Jonathan via Facebook what he would do if they lived together and got in a fight. "I would sleep," Jonathan had responded, "just like I did tonight." It was clear the relationship had been troubled for some time. Wysocki tracked down the food delivery driver who had brought Chinese takeout to Jonathan's apartment that night. The driver remembered the delivery clearly. He told Wysocki that the couple had been fighting loudly when he arrived. Their voices carried through the apartment door, angry and intense. Then Wysocki contacted Matthew Kirk, one of Brenda's ex-boyfriends. What he told her was chilling. Matthew and Brenda had dated for 4 years while they were both students at North Lake College, meeting in a kung fu class. According to Matthew, Brenda had shown signs of jealousy throughout their relationship. In one instance, when he planned to visit his sister-in-law at the hospital after she'd given birth, Brenda became angry and disapproved. But it was the way their relationship ended that truly alarmed Wysocki. Matthew told her that when he tried to break up with Brenda, she showed up at his mother's house with a pair of scissors. He had to call 911 for help. A pattern was emerging, a portrait of someone who didn't handle rejection well, whose jealousy could turn frightening. Wysocki also consulted with forensic experts about the physical evidence. The bullet trajectory bothered her. Jonathan was right-handed, yet he was shot on the left side of his chest. For him to have shot himself, he would have had to hold the gun at a downward angle, pointing toward his own heart. Given his shoulder injury and his familiarity with firearms, it seemed highly unlikely. If you're going to kill yourself, generally you shoot in the mouth. You shoot upward. Wysocki explained. You don't lay down, getting ready for bed, and shoot yourself. And there was something else that caught Wysocki's attention. In the 911 call, Brenda had said Jonathan was shot in the heart. How did she know that? In the chaos and trauma of the moment, how could she be so specific about where the bullet had struck? What's interesting is in the 911 call, Brenda says he was shot in the heart. Wysocki noted, "I believe that's exactly where she was aiming. He broke her heart that night by breaking up with her." After months of investigation, Wysocki put together a comprehensive file and brought it to the Coppell Police Department, hoping it would be enough to reopen the case as a homicide investigation. But the police weren't interested. The case remained inactive, gathering dust. In January 2016, nearly 2 years after Jonathan's death, his family filed a civil wrongful death lawsuit against Brenda Lazaro. They were seeking more than $1 million in damages. But more importantly, they were seeking something the criminal justice system hadn't given them, answers. The civil case moved slowly through the courts. Depositions were taken. Friends from the Kung Fu school testified that they didn't think Brenda was capable of murder, that she was kind and hardworking, but they also admitted they hadn't known about her jealousy or the volatile nature of her relationship with Jonathan. The trial was finally scheduled for September of 2022, more than 8 years after Jonathan's death. Brenda, who had since married and changed her name to Brenda Kelly, sat in the courtroom with her husband. She wore a mask, as was common in the post-pandemic era. During breaks, she leaned on her husband's chest, seeking comfort. When she was called to the stand, the courtroom fell silent. This was the moment everyone had been waiting for. For over 8 years, Brenda had maintained her silence. Now, finally, she would have to answer questions under oath. The Cruz family's attorney, Thomas Shaw, stood and began his questioning. He asked her about that night, about her relationship with Jonathan, about the inconsistencies in her story. but Brenda's answer was the same. Again and again and again for an hour and a half. I respectfully invoke my privilege against self-incrimination. She invoked the Fifth Amendment for every single question. She offered no explanations, no clarifications, no defense of her actions that night. The courtroom sat in frustrated silence as she refused to engage. The trial lasted 3 days. Shaw told the jury, "The criminal justice system has failed. We're here because these parents want the story of Jonathan's life and death to be a true story." A Houston homicide detective testified about the bullet trajectory and how it made suicide nearly impossible given Jonathan's position and injuries. Expert witnesses walked through the forensic evidence. Jonathan's friends testified about his character, his love of life, his plans for the future. Emily Ramsey took the stand, tears streaming down her face as she recounted that final lunch with Jonathan. The strange text message, the unanswered phone calls. Brenda's attorney, Andrew G., told the jury they would hear a lot of speculation, conjecture from the plaintiffs. He argued that Brenda had rendered aid to Jonathan, called for help, and cooperated with the police investigation initially. He maintained that Jonathan had taken his own life. After 3 days of testimony, the 6-person jury deliberated for about 2.5 hours. In civil cases, only 5 votes are needed for a verdict. They needed to determine if it was more likely than not, more than 50% probable, that Brenda Kelly had killed Jonathan Cruz. When they returned, their verdict was unanimous. All 6 jurors agreed. They found Brenda Kelly responsible for Jonathan Cruz's death. The jury awarded the Cruz family $206 million in damages, exceeding their requested amount of $129 million. Jury foreman Eddie Brown later told reporters what had convinced them. "The biggest thing that led us to our decision was the trajectory of the bullet," he said. "The evidence simply didn't support her version of the story." When the verdict was read, Brenda Kelly faced forward in her seat. A member of her legal team wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Pam Cruz, Jonathan's mother, felt a wave of emotion wash over her. "I feel like my son's vindicated," she said, tears in her eyes. "That's all I wanted. It wasn't a criminal conviction." Brenda Kelly would not go to prison. She had never been arrested, never been charged with a crime. The standard of proof in a civil trial is much lower than in a criminal case, as her attorney was quick to point out. "Well, we've heard the jury's verdict, and Brenda maintains her innocence as she has from the beginning," Andrew G. said after the trial. "It's important for people to realize the standard of proof and the amount of evidence needed in a civil court is very low, but we respect the decision of the jury." Today, more than 10 years after that February night, the case of Jonathan Cruz remains officially undetermined. The Coppell Police Department has stated that the case is inactive unless new evidence is discovered. Police Chief Danny Barton called it a tragic situation in which a life was lost, but he declined to say more, noting that new facts could still be discovered. Brenda Kelly, formerly Brenda Lazaro, has never been charged with any crime related to Jonathan's death. She is married now, has a daughter, and continues to work as an assistant instructor at the Wu Yi Shaolin Martial Arts School. She has maintained her innocence throughout, speaking only through her attorneys. The $206 million judgment against her remains largely symbolic. It's unlikely the Cruz family will ever collect more than a small fraction of that amount. But that was never really the point. For Pam and John Cruz, for Christian and Danielle, the civil trial gave them something they desperately needed: validation. A jury of 6 people had looked at all the evidence, heard all the testimony, and concluded that Jonathan did not take his own life. Someone else pulled that trigger. Pam Cruz has not given up her fight for justice. In May of 2024, she traveled to Washington, D.C., along with 3 other families whose loved ones died under suspicious circumstances. They met with the offices of Senator John Cornyn and Representatives Beth Van Dyne and Colin Allred, asking for help. They want special prosecutors appointed for cases like Jonathan's, where local authorities may have bungled investigations. They want a liaison between families and government agencies. They want to prevent other families from experiencing the frustration and heartbreak they've endured. "We're not going in demanding. We're not going in wanting to get a law passed," said Sheila Wysocki, who organized the trip. "We're going in asking for help. How can we do things better?" For Pam Cruz, the mission is personal and urgent. "She took our son and then she walked away," Pam said in an interview with Dateline. "That's not something a mother ever lets go. The story has been featured on multiple true crime shows, including ABC's 2020, NBC's Dateline, and Investigation and Discovery. Each telling has brought renewed attention to the case, kept Jonathan's memory alive, and put pressure on authorities to take another look. As we come to the end of this story, we're left with more questions than answers, as is so often the case in these mysteries. Did Jonathan Cruz take his own life on that Super Bowl Sunday in 2014, or did someone else pull the trigger? Why were there so many inconsistencies in Brenda's story? Why couldn't she remember the address of the apartment she'd helped Jonathan choose? Why was there a delay between the gunshot a neighbor heard and the 911 call? Why did her account of where she was in the room keep changing? And perhaps most haunting, what happened in apartment 813 that night? What were the final words spoken? What led to that fatal gunshot that took the life of a 27-year-old man with his whole future ahead of him? Jonathan was someone who loved deeply, who gave everything to the people in his life. He was the kind of person who would surprise a coworker with a baby shower, who would shower his sister with gifts for no reason, who dreamed of having a family of his own someday. He was a history graduate who played bass guitar and loved classic rock. He was a careful gun owner who had been trained since childhood in firearm safety. He was a friend who showed up, who cared, who made people laugh. He deserved better than an undetermined death. He deserved better than a case that went cold. He deserved justice. His family continues to fight for him, because as his mother said, he can't speak that we can. He would do this for us. And so the mystery of Jonathan Cruz remains open, a tragedy that continues to echo through the lives of everyone who knew him and loved him. Perhaps someday new evidence will emerge. Perhaps someday the full truth will finally come to light. Until then, all we can do is remember Jonathan as he was. A kind soul, a loyal friend, a beloved son and brother whose life ended far too soon. If you're still awake and listening, check whether you've left your little goodnight comment. I always check your comments before I sleep too. And if you haven't already, don't forget to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Meanwhile, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. Tonight we're going to explore a story that asks difficult questions about family, pressure, and the unimaginable. As you settle in and let your mind drift, I'll guide you through the details of a case that shook a quiet Iowa community. This is a story about the Jackson family and what happened in their home on a summer morning in 2021. Cedar Rapids, Iowa, a city of about 130,000 people, nestled in the eastern part of the state. It's the kind of place where neighbors know each other's names, where children ride bicycles down tree-lined streets, and where life moves at a measured, peaceful pace. On Oakleaf Court Northeast, the homes sit comfortably spaced, each with its own yard, its own family story. It was a walkout ranch-style neighborhood, the kind where you might see residents tending their gardens or walking their dogs in the early morning light. The Jackson family had lived at 4414 Oakleaf Court Northeast since 2011. Before that, they'd called Oregon home. Jan Jackson, the father, was 61 years old. His wife, Melissa, was 68. They had 2 children. Alexander, who went by Alex, was 20 years old in June of 2021. His younger sister, Sabrina, was just 19. From the outside, they seemed like any American family. Jan and Melissa had built a life together, raised their children, created a home. The kids had attended Kennedy High School in Cedar Rapids. Alex had been an Eagle Scout, achieving that honor in 2017 by helping restore a house for low-income families. He'd played the flute in his high school band. Sabrina, by all accounts, was a bright young woman who had participated in her school's annual trip to Japan, an experience that meant so much to her that a scholarship would later be established in her name. Both Alex and Sabrina were students at the University of Iowa, in Iowa City, about 35 miles south of their family home. They were studying in the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. Alex had chosen to study business. It was summer break, and they were home with their parents. Neighbors described the Jacksons as friendly, Pleasant people. The kind of family you'd wave to as you checked your mailbox. The kind of family that seemed to have everything in order. But behind the curtains of 4414 Oakleaf Court, something was building. Something that no one on that quiet street could have predicted. The morning of June 15th, 2021, began like any other summer day in Cedar Rapids. The sun rose over the residential neighborhoods. Birds sang. The world was waking up slowly. At approximately 8:31 in the morning, a 911 call came into the Cedar Rapids Police Department. The caller was Alex Jackson. His voice was strained, urgent. Someone had broken into his house, he said. His father had been shot. He himself had been shot in the foot. He needed help immediately. Officers responded within minutes. Among the first to arrive was Officer Corey Barber. As he pulled up to the house on Oakleaf Court, he later testified that he initially thought this might be what's called a swatting incident. That's when someone makes a false emergency call to trick police into responding. It had happened before in the area. The dispatcher had given limited information. Barber wasn't expecting what he was about to find. The officers entered through the basement door, the walkout entrance on the lower level of the ranch-style home. And there, almost immediately, they saw him. Jan Jackson. The 61-year-old father lay on the floor near a sofa. Blood was on his mouth. On his body, the officers could tell right away. He was dead. They found Alex in the hallway. He had a gunshot wound to his foot. He was conscious, able to speak. He told the officers what he told the dispatcher. A man had broken in. A black man wearing black clothing and green shoes. The intruder had found the family's rifle, a Browning .22 caliber semi-automatic that he and his father had been cleaning the night before. There had been a struggle. His father was shot. He was shot. The intruder had fled. But the officers needed to secure the house. They needed to find this intruder, if he was still there, and they needed to check on the rest of the family. Officer Tim Brown and the other responding officers began clearing the house, moving through each room carefully, methodically, and that's when they made the discoveries that would transform this from a home invasion gone wrong into something much darker. In the master bedroom, they found Melissa Jackson. The 68-year-old mother lay dead, victim of multiple gunshot wounds. And then in a bedroom on the lower level, next to Alex's own room, they found Sabrina, 19 years old. She too had been shot multiple times. She too was dead. 3 members of the Jackson family, dead in their own home. Multiple gunshot wounds each. No signs of any struggle. No signs of any intruder. No forced entry on any of the doors or windows. The officers looked at each other. Something wasn't adding up. And the only survivor, the only one who could tell them what happened, was Alex Jackson himself. Alex Jackson was taken to Unity Point St. Luke's Hospital to be treated for his gunshot wound. The bullet had entered his foot. It was painful, certainly, but not life-threatening. While doctors attended to his injury, 2 Cedar Rapids police investigators arrived, Detective Matt Denlinger and Detective Sarah Lacina. They needed answers. The interview began around midday and would last for approximately 4 hours. Alex had been given fentanyl for pain. The medical staff confirmed he was coherent, able to understand questions and provide answers. Denlinger and Lacina spoke to Alex gently at first. They said they were just trying to understand what had happened. They wanted to give him an opportunity to talk, but they were also direct. There was no evidence of forced entry into his house. There was no evidence of any unknown intruder. Alex maintained his story. He'd been sleeping on the family's screened-in porch, he said. The family dog was with him. It must have been sometime in the early morning, around 6:30, when he woke to the sound of gunshots. About 10 shots, he thought. He ran downstairs to investigate. That's when he saw the man. The intruder. A black male in dark clothing with green shoes. His father was already on the floor. Alex saw the man holding the family's rifle. He rushed toward him, trying to wrestle the gun away. During the struggle, the gun went off. That's when he was shot in the foot. The intruder fled out the back door, through the basement exit. Alex said he tried to help his father. He asked if someone could get an ambulance. He asked if his sister was okay, but by then it was too late. The investigators listened. Then they began to probe deeper. They told Alex about the surveillance cameras. The Jackson home had security cameras mounted at the front and back of the house. A neighbor across the street also had cameras. All that video footage had been reviewed. No one was seen approaching the house that morning. No one was seen leaving. The only activity captured was the police arrival after the 911 call. Alex had an answer for that. The cameras must have failed to detect motion. He suggested. Maybe the person came from a different angle. The investigators brought up the gun. The Browning .22 caliber rifle was an unusual weapon. It had a specific loading mechanism that was complex enough that even a trained police firearms officer had to search for a YouTube tutorial to figure out how to load it properly. Would a random intruder who just found this gun in the house know how to work it? How would he know how to reload it? Because based on the number of gunshot wounds the victims had suffered, the shooter would have had to reload the weapon at least once during the attack. Alex explained that he and his father had been cleaning the gun the night before because it had jammed the last time they'd used it. Maybe the intruder figured it out. Maybe he'd seen similar guns before. About 25 minutes into the interview, Denlinger and Lucina became more direct. They told Alex there was no evidence to support his story. They told him they didn't believe a masked intruder had spontaneously decided to commit murder with a gun he'd randomly found. Alex's response was unwavering. He looked them in the eye. "I didn't do it," he said. "I would never hurt my family. They are important to me. I love." The investigators shifted tactics. They talked about stress, about college, about the pressures of life. Alex was a 20-year-old student. Was he struggling with his classes? Was there tension at home? Here, Alex admitted something. Yes, he'd been having academic difficulties. He'd failed most of his classes that past semester. His father had been talking to him about getting a job, about being more responsible. His father had implied that if Alex didn't start contributing, if he didn't get his life together, he might need to move out. But did that justify murder? The investigators pressed him. Did that fear of disappointing his father, of losing his comfortable home, did that make him angry enough to kill? Alex denied it. Over and over, for 4 hours he denied it. His story never changed. Not when they showed him the evidence. Not when they told him about the lack of footprints outside. Not when they pointed out that his phone data showed he'd been active at 6 in the morning, 2 hours before he claimed to have woken up. At approximately 8 in the evening, there was a second, shorter interview at the police station. About 25 minutes. Denlinger and Lucina reiterated everything they'd told him before. The lack of video evidence, the implausibility of his story, and the fact that nothing was stolen from the house. Nothing was out of place. If this had been a burglary gone wrong, where was the evidence of that? If this had been a random act of violence, why would an intruder leave the lone witness alive? Alex Jackson maintained his innocence. Right up until the moment Detective Lucina told him he wasn't going home. He was being charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder. The murder of his father, John Jackson. The murder of his mother, Melissa Jackson. And the murder of his sister, Sabrina Jackson. As the shock of the triple homicide spread through Cedar Rapids, investigators began the painstaking work of processing the crime scene. The house at 4414 Oakleaf Court Northeast was photographed, measured, and analyzed for 4 full days. In a typical case, this level of processing might take longer, but with 3 victims, the Cedar Rapids Police Department prioritized the work. Brandon Bosenberg, a crime scene investigator with the department at that time, led much of the technical work. He conducted a 3-dimensional laser scan of both the interior and exterior of the home. Every room, every angle, every detail documented. The first finding was consistent with what the responding officers had noticed. There were no signs of forced entry. Not on the doors, not on the windows, not anywhere. The house had been secure when whatever happened that morning occurred. The second finding was about the weapon. The Browning .22 caliber semi-automatic rifle was found lying next to Jan Jackson's body in the basement. The box that held this rifle was discovered under Alex Jackson's bed. Investigators also found numerous other firearms in the house, some under beds, some on top of storage areas in the master bedroom, some in a safe in the basement. The Jackson family owned multiple guns, but the weapon used in the murders was specifically the Browning rifle. Shell casings were everywhere. In the basement where John died, near the master bedroom where Melissa died, near the lower level bedroom where Sabrina died. All of them were .22 caliber ammunition, an open box of Remington brand ammunition. Matching the casings was also found in the basement. Rosenberg sent the rifle for fingerprint analysis. 2 clear, high-quality palm prints were lifted from the gun. They were compared against known prints. Both belonged to Alex Jackson. The position of the prints indicated that the person holding the gun could have been in a position to shoot downward, possibly even to shoot their own foot. There was a third print on the weapon, but it was of lower quality. Despite efforts to identify it, investigators could never determine whose print it was. The defense would later argue this was evidence of another person's presence, but prosecutors would counter that the print could have been left at any time, by anyone who had handled the gun before that day. The investigators also examined the pattern of bloodstains. In Alex's bedroom, they found blood spatter consistent with a gunshot. Not out in the hallway where Alex claimed he'd struggled with the intruder and been shot. In his bedroom, this suggested he'd shot himself there, perhaps deliberately to support his story of being a victim. And then there were the footprints. Bloody footprints started in Alex's bedroom and trailed around the basement. If he'd been shot in the hallway as he claimed, why did the trail start in his room? Investigator Ryan Dunbar canvassed the neighborhood. He spoke to every neighbor within reasonable distance. Had anyone seen anything unusual that morning? Had anyone heard gunshots? The answer was uniformly no. No one had seen a person fleeing. No one had heard anything suspicious. One neighbor, Edwin Downey, did mention something interesting, though it was from days before the murders. He said he'd noticed a change in Jan Jackson's demeanor in the days leading up to the 15th. Usually Jan was friendly, always ready with a wave or a greeting, but in those final days Jan had seemed different. Once, when Downey tried to greet him, Jan had stared at him for a moment, then turned and walked back into the house without a word. It was odd. Uncharacteristic. Had Jan been stressed about something? Had there been growing tension in the household? Dunbar also checked the surveillance footage from the neighbors' cameras. The house across the street had 2 cameras. Neither showed any person approaching or leaving the Jackson home that morning before the police arrived. The footage from the Jacksons' own doorbell cameras showed the same, no phantom intruder in black clothing and green shoes. Just an empty morning, and then the arrival of police cruisers. Dunbar even walked the area behind the Jackson home, thinking that if someone had fled, they might have gone through the wooded area to the north and east. But the woods were impassable. Trees had fallen, likely from a derecho storm that had hit the area in 2020. Debris blocked any clear path. No one could have easily escaped that way. The medical examiner's office performed autopsies on all 3 victims. Dr. Kelly Cruz, an associate state medical examiner, detailed the findings in court testimony. Jan Jackson had been shot 5 times. The bullet struck his chest, his neck, and the back of his head. Each wound, individually, could have been fatal. The injuries to his brain and vital organs were catastrophic. He also had blunt force trauma to his face and a laceration inside his lower lip, consistent with falling to the floor after being shot. Melissa Jackson had been shot 3 times. 2 gunshot wounds were to her head. One of those shots was at extremely close range. Dr. Cruz could tell because there was soot on the skin around the wound on her left eye. Residue from gunpowder. The gun had been only inches away when it was fired. That kind of close-range shooting often suggests something personal, something deliberate. Sabrina Jackson, the 19-year-old daughter, had been shot twice. Once in the torso, once in the left eye. Both wounds were fatal. 3 people. 10 total gunshot wounds. All inflicted with the same weapon. A weapon that required reloading at least once during the attack. A weapon that only someone familiar with it would know how to operate efficiently. The evidence was circumstantial, but it was mounting. No intruder, no forced entry. Alex's palm prints on the murder weapon. Blood evidence that contradicted his story. A possible motive in the form of academic failure and fear of being forced to leave home. But Alex Jackson had never confessed. Not once in all those hours of interrogation. He'd looked the investigators in the eye and maintained his innocence. And now he would have his day in court. January of 2023, a year and a half after the murders. The case of the state of Iowa versus Alexander Jackson was ready for trial. Jury selection began on a Tuesday. By Thursday evening, a jury had been selected. The trial was expected to last 9 days. The prosecution was led by Assistant Lynn County Attorney Jordan Shear and First Assistant Lynn County Attorney Monica Slaughter. They bore the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that Alex Jackson was responsible for the deaths of his family. The defense team consisted of public defenders Lindsey Garner, Tyler Johnston, and Amber Foley. Their task was to show that the state's case was built on circumstantial evidence, that there were other possibilities, that reasonable doubt existed. On Friday, January 13th, 2023, opening statements began at the Lynn County Courthouse in Cedar Rapids. The courtroom was full. Reporters filled the press section. Family members of the victims sat watching, and at the defense table, Alex Jackson, now 22 years old, sat quietly, showing little emotion. Jordan Shear spoke first for the prosecution. He laid out what officers had found when they responded to that 911 call. He talked about the lack of evidence for an intruder. He walked the jury through the surveillance footage, the fingerprint evidence, the unusual nature of the Browning rifle that would require specialized knowledge to reload. He pointed out that nothing was stolen from the house, that there was no sign of a struggle, that the only person who could have committed these murders was someone who lived in that house, someone who knew that gun, someone who had everything to lose. The person responsible for the deaths of Sabrina Jackson, Jan Jackson, and Melissa Jackson, Shear said, was their own family member. The defendant, then Lindsey Garner, stood for the defense. She spoke with conviction. Yes, this was a tragedy, she said. An unthinkable tragedy. But the real tragedy would be compounding it by convicting an innocent man. Alexander Jackson, she argued, was the fourth victim that day. He'd lost his entire family. He'd been shot himself. And then while in shock, while medicated with fentanyl in a hospital bed, he'd been interrogated for hours by police who had already decided he was guilty. The defense's theory was that investigators had tunnel vision. They'd found no immediate evidence of an intruder, and rather than continuing to search for other possibilities, they'd focused entirely on Alex. The motion detection on the cameras could have failed. The third unidentified print on the gun could belong to the real killer. The investigators hadn't tested the live ammunition rounds left in the gun for DNA, which could have revealed who loaded it last. Do not compound this tragedy, Garner told the jury, by convicting Alexander Jackson of murder. Over the next several days, witnesses took the stand. Officer Corey Barber described arriving at the scene, initially thinking it might be a prank call, then realizing the horror of what had actually occurred. Officer Tim Brown detailed finding each victim, securing the house, staying with Alex before he was transported to the hospital. Brandon Bosenberg, the crime scene investigator, spent considerable time on the stand explaining the technical evidence, the palm prints, the shell casings, the blood patterns, the lack of any physical evidence supporting the intruder story. The jury watched body camera footage from the officers who responded. They saw the moments when Jan's body was discovered. They saw Alex, injured, being helped by paramedics. The footage was stark, raw, difficult to watch. Then came the interrogation videos. Hours of footage showing detectives Denlinger and Lucina questioning Alex at the hospital and later at the police station. The jury watched as Alex repeated his story again and again. They saw him deny any involvement. They heard him say he loved his family, and they saw the investigators growing more and more skeptical. Dr. Kelly Cruz took the stand and walked the jury through the autopsy findings. As she described the wounds, the injuries, the cause of death for each victim, Alex Jackson sat at the defense table, never once looking at the screens displaying the evidence. His gaze remained fixed elsewhere, his expression unreadable. On cross-examination, Tyler Johnston pressed the investigators about what they hadn't done. Why didn't they test the ammunition for DNA? Why didn't they do more to try to identify that third fingerprint? Why were they so quick to dismiss the possibility of an intruder? The prosecution countered each point. The overwhelming evidence, they argued, pointed in one direction. The gun belonged to the family. Alex knew how to use it. His prints were on it. The box for the gun was under his bed. He had the motive. His father had been pressuring him about his failing grades, about getting a job, about the possibility of having to move out. Alex had about $30 to his name. Where would he go? What would he do? And there was the behavior during the 911 call. Prosecutors pointed out that Alex never called out for his mother or sister. He never checked on them during the call. Why? Because the prosecution argued he already knew they were dead. In her closing argument, Monica Slaughter called it what she believed it was: an execution. Alex had methodically gone through the house and shot each family member multiple times. It wasn't random. It wasn't an accident. It was deliberate. The defense maintained that the state hadn't proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. There were other possibilities. There were unanswered questions. The jury needed to acquit. The case went to the jury on Tuesday afternoon, January 24th, 2023. They deliberated for about 4 hours that day without reaching a verdict. On Wednesday morning, January 25th, they resumed their discussions at 8:30. At approximately 10 in the morning, word came that a verdict had been reached. The jury had deliberated for a total of about 5.5 to 6 hours. Everyone filed back into the courtroom. Alex Jackson stood with his attorneys. The jury foreman stood. The clerk read the verdict. Guilty. On the first count of first-degree murder, the murder of Jan Jackson. Guilty. On the second count of first-degree murder, the murder of Melissa Jackson. Guilty. On the third count of first-degree murder, the murder of Sabrina Jackson. Alex Jackson showed no visible reaction as the verdicts were read. His attorneys attempted to shield him from the television and still cameras in the courtroom. When deputies handcuffed him to lead him out, those who were watching closely said they saw him begin to tear up, but even then, he remained largely composed. 3 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. That would be his punishment. The formal sentencing was scheduled for March 3rd, 2023. Outside the courthouse, family members of the victims read a statement to the gathered media. Danielle Jackson Parsons, Gian's niece and Alex's cousin, spoke for the family. Alex wanted the world to think he was a victim of this horrendous crime, she said. But we know that is not the case, and now everyone knows the truth of what happened that day. Alex murdered 3 members of our family, and that pain will never go away. The family expressed relief that there had been justice, but they also acknowledged the complexity of their grief. This wasn't just a case of a stranger killing their loved ones. This was a family member who had killed other family members. The healing would be complicated, layered with questions that might never have satisfactory answers. Kay Jackson, Jan's sister, had been in the courtroom throughout the 6 days of testimony. She'd heard every piece of evidence. She'd watched the interrogation videos. She'd seen the crime scene photos. And through it all, she had to reconcile the person she thought she knew, her nephew Alex, with the person who had been convicted of these brutal murders. Monica Slaughter, the prosecutor, spoke to reporters after the verdict. She said it was an important case, but she emphasized that they treated every case with the same level of attention and care. She complimented the work of the crime scene investigators, particularly Brandon Bosenberg, whose meticulous documentation of the evidence had been crucial. She acknowledged that the jury could have viewed the circumstantial evidence differently, but she'd been hopeful that justice would be served. For the community of Cedar Rapids, the case marked the first known triple homicide since 1982, and only the second since at least 1959. It was a rarity, which made it all the more shocking. People who had known the Jackson family struggled to understand. How could this have happened? Alex had been an Eagle Scout. He'd played the flute. He'd never had so much as a speeding ticket. There was no history of violence. No warning signs that experts would typically look for in someone capable of murder. No pattern of harming animals as a child. No fires. No previous criminal behavior. Dr. Hovitt, an expert who spoke about the case, noted that just because someone doesn't have risk factors doesn't mean they won't commit a crime. She speculated that perhaps the pressure Alex felt, the fear of being kicked out of his parents' house, was terrifying or infuriating enough to trigger something. At 20 years old, she pointed out, the human brain is not fully developed yet. The prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for impulse control and decision-making, is still maturing. Add to that the developmental phase of emerging adulthood, where someone doesn't socially or culturally feel ready to be on their own, and you might have a volatile combination. But these explanations, even if accurate, couldn't fully answer the question that haunted everyone who followed the case. How could fear of disappointing your father, fear of having to get a job or move out, possibly justify the calculated murder of 3 people? Your own parents, your own sister. Sabrina, especially, represented an innocence lost. She was 19 years old. She'd had dreams, plans, a future. One of her former teachers at Kennedy High School established a scholarship fund in her memory specifically to help students participate in the annual school trip to Japan that Sabrina had so enjoyed. It was a small way to honor her memory, to ensure that her love of learning and exploration would live on. The defense attorneys said they would appeal. Tyler Johnston, speaking after the verdict, maintained Alex's innocence. "It's very disappointing," he said. "Alex is 22 years of age and is going to spend the rest of his life in prison for a crime that he didn't commit." The appeal was filed, arguing insufficient evidence, improper evidentiary rulings, and a denied jury instruction. In January of 2025, the Iowa Court of Appeals issued its ruling. The court upheld all three convictions. The judges wrote that the evidence presented was sufficient to identify Jackson as the shooter. They noted the unusual loading mechanism of the gun, the fact that the shooter would have had to reload multiple times, the palm prints, the lack of any evidence of an intruder, and the implausibility of the intruder's story. From this evidence, the court wrote, the jury could conclude the killer was not a random intruder who found a gun with an unusual loading mechanism inside the home, knew how to load the gun, decided to shoot 3 of the 4 Jackson family members in the head, but did not search the house for valuables. The court did acknowledge that some hearsay testimony from officers about what neighbors and construction workers said should not have been admitted, but they concluded that no prejudice resulted from it, given the other properly admitted evidence and what they called the overwhelming evidence of Jackson's guilt. So the conviction stood. Alex Jackson would remain in prison for the rest of his life, with no possibility of parole. In the quiet darkness now, as this story draws to a close, we're left with questions. Questions that might not have clear answers. Questions that speak to the complexity of human behavior, to the mysteries of the mind, to the fragility of family bonds. What really happened in that house on the morning of June 15th, 2021? The jury heard the evidence and made their determination. The appeals court upheld that determination. The legal system has spoken. But for those who love true crime, for those who seek to understand the darkest corners of human nature, the question persists. Was Alex Jackson a young man under so much pressure that something inside him snapped? Did the fear of disappointing his father, the stress of academic failure, the prospect of losing his comfortable home, did all of that create a perfect storm that led to an unthinkable act? Or is there something we don't know? Some piece of the story that hasn't been told? The defense certainly believed so. They believed their client was innocent, that he was a 4th victim, that the real killer had somehow escaped detection. The facts as presented in court paint a clear picture. No forced entry, no evidence of an intruder, palm prints on the murder weapon, blood evidence contradicting the defendant's story, a motive rooted in fear and financial desperation, and the cold logic that only someone intimately familiar with that particular rifle could have used it so effectively. But beyond the facts, there are the emotional truths. 3 people died that day. John Jackson, who'd been trying to guide his son toward responsibility in adulthood. Melissa Jackson, who'd raised her children, built a life, deserved to see her grandchildren one day. And Sabrina Jackson, just 19, with her whole life ahead of her. Their stories ended in that house on Oakleaf Court. And Alex Jackson, whether he's guilty or innocent in his own mind, will spend the rest of his days behind bars, living with the knowledge that his entire family is gone, and that the world believes he's responsible. For the extended family, for Jan's sister, Kay, and for Danielle Jackson Parsons, and all the others who love the Jacksons, the healing process is ongoing. They have to mourn not just the loss of 3 beloved family members, but also, in a sense, the loss of Alex too. He's alive, but he's gone from their lives in a different way. The Jackson family home on Oakleaf Court still stands. The neighborhood continues on. Children still ride their bikes. Neighbors still check their mailboxes. Life moves forward, as it always does, even in the wake of tragedy. But those who knew the Jacksons, those who followed the case, those who served on the jury, they all carry something of this story with them. A reminder that we can never fully know what's happening in someone else's mind. That the houses on our streets, as quiet and normal as they appear, can hold secrets we can't imagine. That family, the bond we think is strongest, can sometimes be the most fragile. And so we come to the end of this story, the story of the Jackson family, and the morning that changed everything. It's a story that asks us to consider questions of pressure, expectations, fear, and the human capacity for both love and violence. Please, I'm just putting it out there. If you're still awake and listening, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from, the time in your part of the world, or just say something to let me know you're still with me. And of course, if you haven't already, like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story for sleep. Now, let's move on to our fourth story. Story 4. Tonight we're going to explore a story that unfolded in the quiet hills of East Tennessee. A story of a young woman, a grandmother, and the complicated threads that bind families together, sometimes in ways we never expect. This is a story that asks more questions than it answers, and perhaps that's fitting for the mysteries that exist in all our lives. In the summer of 2016, the landscape of Greene County, Tennessee painted itself in shades of green and gold. The hills rolled endlessly, dotted with trailer parks and modest homes where families carved out their lives in the Appalachian foothills. This was a place where everyone seemed to know everyone, where family ties ran deep and complicated, where the line between helping and controlling could blur without anyone quite noticing when it happened. In the small community of Afton, tucked among these hills, lived a young woman named Jessie Nicole Morrison. She was 21 years old that summer, with dark hair and tattoos that told the story of her life in ink. Jessie was a mother to two young boys, Channing, who was 3, and Comden, who had just turned 1. She lived with her fiancé, Gary Ely, and his father in a trailer at the Cross Anchor Trailer Park, a place where the rent was manageable and neighbors knew each other's business whether they wanted to or not. Jessie had dreams that extended beyond the trailer park. She was 1 month away from completing an online course in medical coding, a practical career that would let her provide better for her children. Those who knew her said she was a good mother, devoted and protective. They also said she wasn't passive, that she had the kind of spirit that wouldn't tolerate disrespect. In East Tennessee, that's a quality people understood and respected. But Jessie's life was more complicated than it might have seemed from the outside. Her oldest son, Channing, had a different father than Comden. His name was William Smith, and he lived with his mother, Vonda Starr Smith, in a house on Davis Valley Road. Vonda had been a hospital worker for 28 years, well regarded in her profession, known as someone reliable and caring. She was also intensely devoted to her grandchildren, particularly Channing. According to those who watched the relationship unfold, Vonda had even helped Jessie secure the trailer, finding a place convenient enough that she could drop by to see Channing whenever she wanted. It seemed generous at first, helpful even, but as the months passed, that helpfulness began to feel like something else, something heavier. Jessie had lived with her own mother, Tammy Morrison, until about 9 months before that August. Tammy was described as tough as nails, a hard-working woman who loved her daughter and grandsons fiercely. The move to the trailer was supposed to give Jessie independence, space to build her own family, but Vonda's presence remained constant, her involvement in Channing's life unwavering. And as summer deepened, the relationship between Jessie and Vonda grew strained. Text messages between them, later examined by investigators, showed a tension building. Small arguments about scheduling, about access to Channing, about boundaries that weren't being respected. Nothing explosive in any single message. But together they painted a picture of two women caught in a struggle. Neither quite knew how to resolve. One fighting for control, the other fighting for autonomy. By August, Jessie was 4 months pregnant with her third child. Gary was the presumed father, and they were planning a wedding. Life was moving forward, changing shape, and perhaps that's what made the tension sharper. Because change, even good change, can feel like loss to those watching from the outside. Friday, August 12th, 2016, began like many summer days in Tennessee. The heat settled early, thick and humid, the kind that makes the air feel heavy in your lungs. Gary Ely left for work at 6:30 that morning, heading to Emery's Minerals, where he worked a shift that would keep him away until after 7 that evening. His father was at home with the children. Jessie's plans for the day weren't entirely clear to everyone. But what is clear is that somewhere during those daylight hours something went terribly wrong. Evening came and Jessie didn't return home. Gary came back from work to find her absent. And as the hours stretched on, concern turned to worry. Tammy Morrison, Jessie's mother, also couldn't reach her daughter. Phone calls went unanswered, the kind of silence that feels wrong to a mother's instincts. Tammy went to Vonda's house that night, looking for Jessie, asking if anyone had seen her. She didn't know yet that her daughter was already beyond finding in any way that mattered. The police hadn't yet identified the body that had been discovered. Just hours earlier, at approximately 7:30 that evening, a man named Donald Cohn Jr. was walking his dog along Jidneal Loop, a rarely traveled road that curved through a remote stretch near Afton, the kind of place where you might go to think, or to be alone, or to hide something you didn't want found. His dog pulled him toward the embankment, down where a small creek ran through a ditch, and there Donald found what no one should have to find on an evening walk. The body of a young woman lay forsaken by the roadside, partially concealed by the landscape, but not hidden well enough. Donald called the authorities immediately, and soon the quiet road filled with the lights of police vehicles, casting red and blue across the darkening trees. At first, they didn't know who she was. But within hours, as Tammy and Gary arrived at the police station to report Jessie missing, the identification was made through her tattoos, those permanent markers of identity that outlast everything else. Jessie Nicole Morrison was dead at 21, her life cut short with brutal violence. The autopsy would reveal what the first responders could already see. She had died from severe head trauma, multiple skull fractures caused by repeated blows from a blunt object. The back of her skull had been crushed. There were cuts, bruises, lacerations across her body. Her finger was broken. The evidence suggested she had fought back, fought hard against whoever had attacked her. But in the end, the fight wasn't enough. The forensic pathologist determined that the injuries were consistent with a crime of passion, the kind of violence that speaks to rage or desperation rather than calculation. Whatever weapon was used, a pipe or tire iron perhaps, was never found. And perhaps most telling, investigators believed Jidneal Loop wasn't where Jessie had died. It was simply where her body had been left. A secondary crime scene, which meant someone had transported her there after the murder. Someone had driven through those hills with her body, found that isolated road, and left her by the creek like she was something to be discarded. When someone dies violently in a small community, the ripples spread quickly. Everyone has theories, suspicions, memories of small moments that suddenly seem significant. The Greene County Sheriff's Department and the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation began their work, talking to family members, friends, anyone who might have seen Jessie that day. Gary Ely had an alibi that checked out completely. He'd been at work from 6:30 in the morning until 10 minutes after 7 that evening. Verified by multiple sources, he was eliminated as a suspect quickly. Though in cases like these, partners are always looked at first. The presumed father of Jessie's unborn child, he was as devastated as anyone. The investigation turned its attention elsewhere, and soon patterns began to emerge. Several witnesses mentioned seeing a white van in the area around the time of Jessie's disappearance. Others recalled conflicts between Jessie and Vonda Smith, tensions about access to Channing that had been escalating. And then investigators found something that would become the center of their case. Inside Vonda Smith's vehicle, a careful examination revealed bloodstains. They had been cleaned, scrubbed with bleach in an apparent attempt to remove them, but blood leaves traces that are hard to eliminate completely. When investigators sprayed luminol, the chemical used to detect blood that's been washed away, the passenger area lit up with fluorescent evidence. The pattern suggested that someone had been transported in that vehicle while bleeding, that this wasn't just a splash or transfer. It was substantial. Detective Danny Ricker interviewed Vonda on the day Jessie's body was found. She was cooperative, answering questions, offering explanations. She said she'd loaned the car to Jessie that day, that Jessie had borrowed $1,000 from her. She mentioned cleaning cat urine from the vehicle, which would explain the bleach. Her sister-in-law, Peggy Carter, would later confirm that Vonda had called about cleaning cat urine from the car, though some questioned whether that conversation happened before or after the murder. But the blood evidence was damning. Testing confirmed it was Jessie's blood. A blood spatter expert named Johnny Lawrence determined two critical things. First, that the blood had not been planted, and second, that while the car had been used to transport Jessie, it wasn't the location of the actual attack. She had been beaten elsewhere and moved. The question that lingered was physical possibility. Vonda was 51 years old at the time, not in the best physical shape according to those who knew her. The attack on Jessie had been brutal, requiring significant force to inflict the kind of damage that killed her. Jessie was young, strong, capable of fighting back, and the evidence showed she had fought. Yet Vonda had no scratches, no bruises, no defensive wounds or signs she'd been in a physical altercation. Under Jessie's fingernails, forensic technicians found DNA from 3 different males. 2 samples were too small for comparison. The third didn't match Gary Ely or William Smith, Vonda's son. Male DNA was found that couldn't be identified, raising questions about whether someone else had been involved, whether Jessie had encountered a third party in the hours before her death. Semen from 2 different contributors was also found, though its connection to the actual attack was never established. The forensic picture was complicated, leaving room for interpretation and doubt. As investigators dug deeper into Vonda's life, they learned about the strain between her and Jessie. Text messages revealed more than casual disagreements. There was resentment there, a sense from Vonda that Jessie wasn't appreciating what she'd done for her, wasn't giving her enough access to Channing. Some who knew Vonda described her as obsessive about her grandson, unable to accept that Jessie had the right to set boundaries. Trial testimony would later suggest that Vonda had reacted strongly when Jessie mentioned her upcoming wedding to Gary. Perhaps Vonda feared marriage would mean less contact with Channing, that a solidified family unit would push her further to the margins. Whether that fear was rational didn't matter. Fear rarely needs logic to feel real. For months after Jessie's death, the investigation continued. The family waited. Tammy Morrison waited. Justice moved slowly, as it often does, gathering evidence, building a case that could withstand the scrutiny of a courtroom. Finally, in March of 2017, 7 months after Jessie's murder, the grand jury handed down indictments. Vonda Starr Smith was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, 1 for Jessie Nicole Morrison, and 1 for her unborn child. Vonda turned herself in, maintaining her innocence. She hired attorney Gene J. Scott to defend her, and in May of 2018, her case went to trial in Greene County Criminal Court before Judge John F. Duggar, Jr. The trial brought everyone together in that courthouse in Greenville. Tammy Morrison took the stand, speaking about her daughter, about the last time she'd seen Jessie alive, about going to Vonda's house that night searching for answers. The grief in that courtroom was palpable, settling over everyone like the heavy Tennessee summer air. Prosecutors Cecil Mills Jr. and David Baker laid out their case. They presented the blood evidence, the strained relationship, the text messages showing escalating tension. They argued that Vonda had become obsessed with controlling access to Channing, that Jessie's impending marriage represented a threat to that control, and that in a moment of rage or desperation, Vonda had killed her. The defense argued insufficient evidence. They pointed to Vonda's age and physical condition, questioning how she could have carried out such a brutal attack alone. They raised the issue of the unidentified male DNA, suggesting other suspects hadn't been properly investigated. They mentioned that Vonda had been cooperative throughout, that she'd willingly given access to her vehicle. Would a guilty person do that? Gene Scott emphasized the circumstantial nature of the evidence. Yes, Jessie's blood was in Vonda's car, but did that prove Vonda had killed her? Could someone else have used the vehicle? Could there be explanations they weren't seeing? But the blood evidence was powerful. The jury heard testimony about the bleach cleaning, about the luminol patterns, about how someone had transported Jessie's body to that isolated road. They heard about the relationship dynamics, the control issues, the fear of losing access to a beloved grandchild. On May 25th, 2018, after hearing all the evidence and deliberating on what they'd learned, the jury returned their verdict. Guilty. Guilty of first-degree murder in the death of Jessie Nicole Morrison. Guilty of second-degree murder in the death of her unborn child. Vonda showed little emotion as the verdict was read. In the courtroom, Tammy Morrison finally had the answer she'd been waiting for. Though answers rarely bring the peace we hope they will. 1 month later, on June 25th, Judge Duggar sentenced Vonda to life in prison on the first-degree murder conviction, with 85% release eligibility on a 60-year sentence. The math was stark. Vonda would need to serve 51 years before being considered for parole. At 55 years old, that effectively meant the rest of her life. She received an additional 25 years for the second-degree murder, to run concurrently. Vonda was sent to the West Tennessee State Penitentiary. According to Department of Corrections records, she won't be eligible for release until 2075. But if trials are meant to provide closure, this one left as many questions as it answered. Vonda maintained her innocence after the verdict, and appeals followed, as they often do in cases where reasonable doubt lingers at the edges. Her defense team, which eventually included attorney Ron Kuby, raised several issues. They argued the evidence was insufficient, that the prosecution had failed to provide certain information about a cell phone ping from Jesse's phone, that the judge had improperly commented during witness testimony. They suggested that the investigation had tunnel vision, focusing on Vonda so completely that other possibilities weren't properly explored. One theory that emerged was perhaps the most troubling. What if Vonda was protecting someone else? What if she knew who had killed Jesse but was taking the blame to shield another person, possibly one of her sons? The physical evidence suggesting Vonda's inability to carry out the attack alone gave this theory weight in some minds. William Smith, Vonda's son and Channing's father, maintained his mother's innocence throughout, insisting she couldn't have done this. There were other loose threads that bothered people following the case. The unidentified male DNA under Jesse's fingernails, the lack of a murder weapon, the fact that no one could definitively say where the actual murder occurred. Witnesses who claimed to have seen Jesse at her home during the time frame when she was supposedly in Vonda's car. Reports of white vans in the area, including one allegedly acquired by a neighbor shortly after the murder for reasons no one could quite explain. Some pointed to Lee Britton, a resident of Judd Neal Loop who allegedly made strange comments about knowing the police suspected the grandma just days after the murder, before any official suspects had been named publicly. Others wondered about William Smith's possible involvement, though he was never charged. The case attracted national attention. True crime television shows examined it, some suggesting Vonda's guilt, others raising doubts. The series Wrong Man featured Vonda's case, exploring whether she might have been wrongfully convicted based on circumstantial evidence and an incomplete investigation. But the series, like everything else about this case, ended with more questions than answers. In February of 2021, the Tennessee Court of Criminal Appeals reviewed Vonda's appeal and affirmed the original conviction. Judge Robert Montgomery found that she had failed to provide sufficient proof of due process violations, or new evidence that would overturn the jury's decision. The appeals court also upheld the 25-year sentence for the second-degree murder of Jesse's unborn child. Randall Lane, Jesse's grandfather, spoke after that hearing. His family was confident in Vonda's guilt, he said. They believed the jury had heard the evidence and made the right decision. They didn't want another trial, didn't want to relive the nightmare of losing Jesse again in a courtroom. But confidence isn't the same as certainty, and in a case built on circumstantial evidence, there's always room for doubt. As recently as April 2025, Vonda appeared remotely from prison before Judge Duggar for a post-conviction relief hearing, seeking dismissal of her convictions or a new trial. The judge has not yet ruled on that request. Vonda continues to fight, continues to maintain her innocence from behind prison walls. And so we're left with a story that doesn't resolve cleanly, that doesn't tie up with a neat bow of certainty. Jessie Nicole Morrison is dead. Her life ended violently at 21. Her third child never born. Her two sons grew up without their mother, raised by family members navigating their own grief and anger. Tammy Morrison lost her daughter. Gary Ely lost his fiancée. Vonda Starr Smith sits in prison, either a grandmother who murdered in a moment of desperate rage, or a woman wrongfully convicted, protecting someone, or simply caught in a web of circumstantial evidence that pointed to her when the truth lay elsewhere. The real answer, whatever it is, lives somewhere in those Tennessee hills, buried as deep as the secrets that small communities learn to keep. Maybe it's in the details that were never quite explained. The male DNA that couldn't be identified, the murder weapon that was never found, the exact location where Jessie drew her last breath. The real reason someone drove her body to Judd Neal Loop and left her by that creek. Or maybe the truth is exactly what the jury decided. That a grandmother's love twisted into obsession, that fear of loss became rage, and that in one terrible moment, violence seemed like the only way to hold on to what was slipping away. Family relationships are complicated things. Love and control can look the same from certain angles. A desire to protect can transform into the need to possess without anyone noticing the shift until it's too late. And in small communities where everyone knows everyone, where family ties bind people together across generations, those complications multiply until they're impossible to untangle. Jessie Morrison was trying to build a life. She was almost finished with her education. She was planning a wedding. She was pregnant with her third child. She wanted, it seems, to set boundaries, to define herself not by who needed her or wanted access to her children, but by her own choices and dreams. That desire, that simple human need for autonomy, may have been what cost her everything. Or perhaps it was something else entirely. Perhaps there are pieces of this story we'll never know. People who hold secrets they'll never share. Truths that died with Jessie on that August day. In the end, all we can do is tell the story as we know it. Acknowledge what remains uncertain, and remember that behind every true crime narrative is a real person whose life mattered, whose absence leaves a hole that nothing can fill. Jessie Nicole Morrison was 21 years old. She had dark hair and tattoos. She loved her children. She was working toward a better future. She died violently in the summer of 2016 in the hills of East Tennessee. And justice, whatever that means, is still being debated in courtrooms and in the minds of everyone who knew her. Her story doesn't have a clean ending. Maybe that's appropriate. Maybe some stories aren't meant to be resolved completely. Maybe they're meant to remain as questions, reminding us how little we truly know about what happens behind closed doors, in private moments, in the hearts of people we think we understand. Please, if you're still awake, let's move on to our last story. Story 5. Tonight we're going to journey together through a story that unfolded in the quiet neighborhoods of Warren, Ohio, in the summer of 2015. A story about a young mother, a betrayal of trust, and the persistence of those who refuse to let her be forgotten. Warren, Ohio is the kind of place where neighbors know each other, where children play on sidewalks lined with mature trees, and where summer evenings bring families out onto their porches. It's a community that had seen better days economically, but the bonds between families remained strong. On Southern Boulevard Southwest, in one of these modest neighborhoods, lived 18-year-old Alicia Bell. Alicia was petite, just 5 feet 1 inch tall and weighing around 115 pounds. But those who knew her would tell you that her spirit was much larger than her small frame suggested. She had a presence about her, a confidence that her cousin LaCara would later describe as the Alicia way. It was a way of moving through the world that said you should never be afraid to reach for what you wanted. Never say no to yourself. Never let fear win. Her mother, Tiffany Nepper, could still hear Alicia's voice in the quiet moments. Could still smell her daughter's perfume lingering in the hallway. Alicia lived with her mother and her young son, a beautiful 2-year-old boy named Damon Hunter. Being a mother had changed Alicia. She was devoted to her son in a way that everyone noticed. She would never stay away from him for long, never let a day pass without seeing his face, hearing his laugh. The evening of July 23rd, 2015, began like any other summer evening. The sun was beginning its slow descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose. Alicia told her mother she was going to walk to her uncle's house, just a short distance through the neighborhood. She'd be back for dinner, she said. It was routine, simple, safe, or so everyone thought. Around 5 o'clock that evening, Alicia left her mother's house. Neighbors would later recall seeing her, a young woman walking with purpose down the familiar streets. Some remembered seeing her get into a white vehicle, though the details were hazy in the way that everyday moments often are. We don't study the things that seem ordinary. We don't memorize license plates or scrutinize drivers when we think someone is just getting a ride from a friend. But somewhere during that walk, somewhere between her mother's home and her uncle's house, Alicia's ordinary evening became something else entirely. Her mother's phone buzzed with an incoming text message. It was early, around 6 in the morning on July 24th. An unusual time for Alicia to be awake. Tiffany Nepper looked at the screen and felt her heart clench. The message was from Alicia's phone, but the words carried a weight of terror. "Mom, if I make it home, I need you. I'm scared." A mother knows her child's voice. even in text form. Tiffany immediately called Alesha's number. Once, twice, 3 times. Each call went straight to voicemail, that automated voice telling her the person she was trying to reach was unavailable. She kept calling, over and over. The phone just kept going to voicemail. Then came another text. This one claimed Alesha was with someone from Columbus, someone unknown. But Tiffany Nepper knew something was wrong. The way the sentences were structured, the grammar and punctuation, it didn't match how Alesha wrote. These weren't her daughter's words, someone else had her phone. Then the phone went silent completely. The battery had died, or it had been turned off or destroyed. The connection was severed. Alesha never made it to her uncle's house that evening. She never came home for dinner. And after that terrifying text message, she was never heard from again. In the days that followed, as Tiffany Nepper realized her daughter wasn't coming home, she did what any mother would do. She filed a missing persons report with the Warren Police Department. She rallied the community. She made flyers with Alesha's picture, that beautiful young face, those eyes that held so much confidence and determination. The family held press conferences. Alesha's siblings spoke about their sister, how beautiful she was, how smart, how willful and independent. Her 15-year-old cousin Lykyra talked about how Alesha had given her confidence, taught her to sing and dance without fear, showed her how to be smart and strong. She taught me the Alesha way, Lykyra said, her voice breaking, to never say no to something you want, to yourself. Nearly 100 people gathered in front of the home Alesha shared with her mother and son. They formed a prayer walk, moving through the same streets where Alesha had last been seen. Ohio State Highway Patrol Lieutenant Marvin Hill, who had grown up in this very neighborhood, spoke to the crowd. He warned them about human traffickers, about predators who targeted young people, who used tricks and manipulation to lure them into the sex trade. The family believed Alesha was alive. They had to believe it. Tiffany Timper's certainty was absolute. Someone has her and won't let her come home. As the investigation progressed, one name kept surfacing. James Brooks, 40 years old. A man who had attended high school with Alesha's mother. Someone the family had trusted. Someone they thought was safe. Brooks lived in Roaming Shores, a small village in Ashtabula County about 30 miles north of Warren. He had moved there in May of 2015 from Trumbull County. Moved there, he would later tell investigators, to lay low, to hide from people he'd had arguments with, people including Alesha's father. Warren police searched Brooks' home in the weeks after Alesha disappeared, looking for any sign of the missing young woman. They found nothing. Brooks was cooperative, or seemed to be. He admitted he had seen Alesha on July 23rd, the very day she disappeared. He was, as far as anyone could determine, the last person to see her alive. But Alesha wasn't at his house. The search turned up empty. The investigation seemed to stall. August 20th, 2015, a Thursday. Narcotics agents had been building a case against James Brooks, and on this summer day they executed a search warrant at his rented home on Route 6 in Roaming Shores. They were looking for drugs. They were looking for weapons. They were looking for evidence of illegal activity. What they found was far worse than they had imagined. As officers searched the property, they moved to the backyard. There, near the woods that bordered the property, was a fire pit. It wasn't unusual. Many homes have fire pits for evening gatherings, for roasting marshmallows, for the simple pleasure of watching flames dance against the darkness. But as the officers examined the fire pit more closely, they saw something that made them stop. Among the ashes and charred wood were fragments that didn't belong. Bones. Human bones. The search intensified. Officers obtained an additional warrant and expanded their examination of the property in the woods behind the house. They found more remains, all of them charred, all of them carefully concealed in places where fire had done its terrible work of destruction. They also found a burned cell phone in the fire pit. James Brooks was immediately arrested. The charges began with drug trafficking, weapons violations, and one that carried a particular horror: abuse of a corpse. For Alesha's mother, the next days were a special kind of torture. She gave a DNA sample on that Thursday, when the remains were discovered. Now she had to wait while forensic scientists at the Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's office conducted their analysis. Had to wait while they compared her genetic material to the charred bones found in James Brooks' backyard. Tiffany Nepper sat in her home on Southern Boulevard, surrounded by family and friends and neighbors. Everyone offering support. Everyone hoping against hope that the remains would belong to someone else. Anyone else. I pray it's not denial, Tiffany told reporters. But I know that is not her. The family continued to hold vigils, continued to pray. Alesha's brother Nate spoke to the media, his voice filled with desperate hope. She's a fighter. It can't be her. But deep down they knew. When someone you love goes missing, when you hear that terrified text message, when the phone goes silent and days turn into weeks, deep down you know. On September 3rd, 2015, 6 weeks after Alesha disappeared, Ashtabula County Sheriff William Johnson and Coroner Pamela Lancaster held a press conference. The DNA results had come back. They were a 99.99% match. The remains found in James Brooks' fire pit, the bones discovered in the woods behind his home. They belonged to Alesha Bell. When the coroner's deputy arrived at Tiffany Nepper's home to deliver the news, the house was already filled with people, family, friends, neighbors. Everyone preparing for what they hoped wouldn't be true but feared was inevitable. Miriam Fife, a retired county victims advocate, sat with Tiffany as the news was delivered. She watched as a mother's last fragment of hope was shattered. Watched as the awful weight of certainty replaced the agony of not knowing. I still hear her, Tiffany would say later, tears streaming down her face. I still smell her. When all is quiet around me, and I close my eyes, I can still hear her voice. She talked about the last time she saw her daughter, how cheerful Alesha had been, how she'd said she'd be back for dinner, how that was so out of character for her to disappear, how Alesha loved her son so much, would never stay away from him this long. I would trade places with her right now, Tiffany said. Right now, I love my daughter so much. On September 7th, hundreds of people gathered in Warren to remember Alesha. They released balloons into the late summer sky, watched them drift upward, carrying prayers and memories with them. They shared stories about the confident young woman who had taught her cousins to be brave, who had loved her son with fierce devotion, who had moved through the world with the Alesha way of never backing down. The Ashtabula County coroner ruled Alesha's death a homicide, but determining exactly how she died would require more forensic testing. The condition of the remains, the extent of the burning, made the investigation complicated and slow. As autumn turned to winter and winter gave way to spring, investigators from the Ashtabula County Sheriff's Office continued to piece together what had happened. They interviewed witnesses. They examined evidence. They built their case methodically, carefully. What emerged was a picture far darker than a simple tragedy. Detective Taylor Cleveland interviewed James Brooks extensively, and Brooks, perhaps thinking cooperation would help him, perhaps believing he was clever enough to control the narrative, began to talk. He admitted to running an escort service, said he had operated it in Trumbull County for about a year before moving to Ashtabula County in May of 2015. He described how it worked. He would book dates for young women, provide them with a credit card to rent motel rooms, and in return he would take approximately half of their earnings. It was in essence a human trafficking operation. Young women, some of them barely more than girls, being exploited for profit. Brooks admitted he was the only person who used the fire pit on his property. When questioned about when it had last been used, he gave different stories, conflicting accounts. The kind of inconsistency that investigators recognize as the hallmark of deception. He admitted seeing Alesha on July 23rd, admitted she had been to his property, but his story kept changing, kept shifting, kept leaving out crucial details. Warren police had actually searched Brooks's home weeks before the drug raid. Looking for Alesha, they had found nothing then. Had Brooks hidden her so well? Had she already been killed? Had he already destroyed evidence by the time police first arrived? The charged cell phone found in the fire pit, investigators believed it was Alesha's. The phone that had sent that terrifying text message to her mother. The phone that had gone silent on May 25, 2016, nearly a year after Alesha disappeared. The Ashtabula County grand jury, issued a new indictment against James Brooks. In addition to the drug charges and abuse of corpse, he now faced 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter, kidnapping, human trafficking, abduction, compelling prostitution, tampering with evidence, possession of cocaine and heroin, possession of criminal tools. Prosecutor Nicholas Diaraki made a statement to the media. The investigation, he said, had revealed that Alesha was part of Brooks's human trafficking operation, that there were other victims, other young women from Trumbull County who had been exploited by this man. There are others that were involved in his human trafficking ring, Diaraki said. But we believe Alesha Bell was part of it. The prosecutor also revealed something chilling. At some point, Alesha had become afraid. There was evidence that she feared for her life. And shortly after she expressed that fear, her remains were found at Brooks' residence. Investigators believed the trafficking operation had been running since at least May of 2014. But Diaraki suspected it had been going on much longer. James Brooks became a person of interest in another disappearance. 22-year-old Jesmaine Smith, who had also gone missing from Warren. Like Alesha, Jesmaine knew Brooks. Like Alesha, she had vanished without a trace. The case moved slowly through the legal system. Months passed. Seasons changed. Tiffany Knepper cared for her grandson Dimon. Now growing up without his mother, she tried to answer his questions about where Mommy was. Tried to help him understand something that no child should have to understand. On February 1st, 2017, nearly a year and a half after Alesha's death, James Brooks appeared in court. He pleaded guilty, not to all charges. The trafficking charges were dropped for reasons that were never fully explained to the public. But Brooks admitted to involuntary manslaughter, to kidnapping, to compelling prostitution, to gross abuse of a corpse. He was sentenced to 30 years in prison. The sentences would run concurrently, meaning he would serve them at the same time rather than one after another. 30 years for taking a young mother from her son. 30 years for ending a life that had been full of confidence and promise. 30 years for betraying the trust of a family who had believed he was safe. Some felt it wasn't enough. Alesha's family would never get her back. Damon would grow up without his mother. The Alesha way would live on only in the memories of those who had loved her. But at least there was certainty. At least there was no more wondering. No more hoping that maybe, somehow, she was alive somewhere. The case of Alesha Bell sent shockwaves through Warren and the surrounding communities. It forced people to confront an uncomfortable truth. Human trafficking wasn't something that only happened in big cities or foreign countries. It was happening here. In small towns, in familiar neighborhoods, to girls that families knew. Ohio officials began tracking human trafficking cases more carefully. The numbers were disturbing. Reports showed that cases had increased dramatically, that predators were operating in communities just like Warren, identifying vulnerable young people and exploiting them. Law enforcement officials, like Lieutenant Marvin Hill, who had spoken at Alesha's prayer vigil, began educational outreach, teaching parents and young people about the warning signs, about the tactics traffickers used, about how someone who seemed trustworthy, someone like a family friend, could be the most dangerous person of all. James Brooks remained a person of interest in other cases. Other families with missing daughters looked at his case and wondered if he knew something, wondered if their loved ones had crossed his path. For Tiffany Knepper, life became divided into before and after. Before July 23rd, 2015, and after. Before that text message, and after. She kept Alesha's memory alive for Damon, told him stories about his mother's confidence, her strength, her love. Made sure he knew that his mother had fought, that she had been scared, that she had tried to reach out, that she had sent that message hoping someone could save her. The community of Warren came together in the aftermath, supporting the family, creating funds to help with expenses. The simple kindness of neighbors and strangers became a lifeline in the darkest time. On quiet evenings in Warren, if you walk down Southern Boulevard Southwest, you might think about Alesha Bell, about a young woman who lived there with her mother and son, who walked these same sidewalks on summer evenings, who taught her younger cousins to be brave and confident. You might think about how an ordinary walk to a relative's house became a tragedy, how a family friend became a predator, how trust can be violated in the most terrible ways. But you might also think about resilience, about a family that refused to give up looking for answers, about a community that came together to remember and support, about a little boy named Demond, who carries his mother's legacy forward. The Alesha way wasn't about never being afraid. It was about not letting fear stop you. It was about reaching for what you wanted, about being confident and strong, about never saying no to yourself. Alesha Bell was 18 years old when she died. She was a mother, a daughter, a sister, a cousin, a friend. She was someone who made an impression on everyone she met, someone whose absence left a void that could never be filled. Her story is a reminder that we must watch out for each other, that we must listen when someone says they're scared, that we must take action when something seems wrong, that predators often hide in plain sight, wearing the mask of familiarity and trust. It's a reminder that behind every missing person's flyer is a family in agony, a child asking where their parent is, friends remembering laughter that has been silenced, a community grappling with loss. And it's a reminder that even in the darkest stories, even when evil wins for a time, there can be moments of light, the love of family, the support of community, the determination to seek justice, the refusal to let someone be forgotten. Take a deep breath now. Let this story settle gently around you. Let it remind you of the preciousness of ordinary moments, of walks through familiar neighborhoods, of dinner promises kept, of children sleeping safely in their beds. Tomorrow, when you wake, perhaps you'll hold your loved ones a little closer. Perhaps you'll check in with that friend who's been distant. Perhaps you'll trust your instincts when something feels wrong. For tonight, though, rest. Let sleep come gently. Let your mind drift away from these dark waters into peaceful dreams. Remember that for every tragedy, there are countless ordinary days that pass safely. For every story of loss, there are millions of stories of love sustained, of families intact, of promises kept. Close your eyes now. Breathe slowly. Let yourself float towards sleep. And remember, Alesha Bell, not for how her story ended, but for how she lived. Confident, strong, teaching others to be brave, walking through the world with the Alesha way. Thank you for listening to tonight's true crime story. Rest peacefully, knowing that another story awaits you next time, ready to accompany you on another journey toward restorative sleep. But if you're still awake, don't forget to like and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories. And until next time, stay safe and take care. Good night.